Any other energy sector corporations representatives? Then I know all of us are practitioners. Otherwise, feel welcome all of you, the industry stakeholders present, distinguished guests, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Today is not as cold as yesterday. Yesterday was very cold. I think today even we don't need those heaters, but it is good. We are happy. Just turn to your neighbor and smile to them. Tell them, karibuni sana. Yes, thank you. We are delighted to host you today for this vital workshop. I would first like to express my sincere gratitude for your presence. We don't take it for granted. It is because of such commitment that the energy sector will hopefully make significant strides in this regulation, which is very key. The way Engineer Nixon said, this is one of the regulations which we have had problems with because of the consultations which have taken a long time. The one we had yesterday, the validation workshop, was even annulled at one time in Parliament. But this one, I think it's more unique because even as the practitioners, agreeing on the content was very difficult for us when you started consulting way back when Engineer Nixon joined us. And we had to pray for Solomonic wisdom to continue. And you know, God answers prayers at his own time. So we thank God that he has answered our prayers. Today I know in this room, we have got that Solomonic wisdom and we'll make the regulation progress. Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, we are endowed with significant renewable energy resources. These resources include wind, solar, geothermal, biomass, and hydro. With the plummeting prices of using these resources in electricity generation, interest among domestic, commercial, industrial, and institutional facilities in Kenya to generate electricity for their own consumption as a supplement to the national grid supply is on the increase. This has precipitated the emergence of electricity prosumers. Indeed, stakeholders have been asking for a framework to allow them bank part of the electricity they generate to the national grid. And this is the basis of the regulation we are discussing today. You know, so many people, I remember SOS, Engineer Boga can be aware, in Mombasa have been really pushing us, and so many others. They put in systems for generating from solar, but they didn't have the framework of how they can bank, because sometimes during the day, their consumption is not as much, and they're generating a lot. So this regulation is just to see how we can come with a framework on how the prosumers can play a role in electricity generation as they consume as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a vital part of the development of the net metering framework is the need for participation of all stakeholders. And that's why we have called you here today, who are likely to be affected by the regulations. You know, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 requires that before we do regulations, we must consult widely with the people who will be affected by the regulations. And you as practitioners, who as the industry, you are very key to us. And your inputs, the way Engineer Nixon said, is very valuable because we want to come with a regulation which will be accepted to most of us. I know democracy is very hard because sometimes having all of us having the same mind is difficult. It is in this in mind that the authority contracted JKUAT Enterprises Limited to undertake a regulatory impact study on the net metering framework in Kenya. This workshop today seeks to present the findings of the study and the developed draft net metering regulations for your input. Yes, JKUAT has been very useful to us. I think yesterday they are also here with us. They also undertook the study on the solar water heating, which is one of the key regulations we are working on. But today it is your day as industry practitioners to see what has been done, give us your inputs, and it does not only end today. Even after this, as we continue to refine the regulations, we will still welcome your contribution. These regulations apply to any consumer who owns a renewable energy generation capacity not exceeding 1 megawatt, installed primarily for self-consumption, and intends to enter into net metering system agreement with a distribution licensee or retailer. They also apply to the distribution or retail licensee in the consumer's area of supply. In fact, that's why I asked whether Kenya Power Lighting was represented here. And I know there are so many of the mini grids also, because mini grids are also our distributors and also retailers of electricity. And this is where these prosumers will be. So it will be a requirement that you enter into agreements with them so that the net metering regulation can be realized. And they are very key stakeholders. The net metering agreement is an agreement entered into in accordance with Section 162 of the Energy Act 2019 by a distribution licensee or a retailer and a customer in accordance with these regulations, so that the customer can have their renewable energy system of for own use interconnected with the grid, such that when they have excess, they can bank it into the grid and then they can draw it. And that requires a lot of understanding. You know, it's like a marriage. When you have a marriage, then you must have a lot of agreements. So even this one here, that's why you want to go through it very detailedly so that we understand how it works. Ladies and gentlemen, the net metering regulations have made provisions stipulating the generation capacity limits. Yeah, this is one of the things also we took into cognizance, because when you introduce net metering, I know the leaders in this field like Germany, Denmark, there's a lot of challenges, and we wanted to learn from the experience that we don't go through the same problem they've gone through. You know, sometimes if you don't limit even the capacities, then you may find that as even energy planners, our plans for maybe bringing new generation may be interfered with. And that's why we want to have a framework which integrates even our energy planning and also the balancing the other interests of even the big generators as well, because they have got long-term PPAs with the off-taker. The on-site installed capacity of a renewable energy system for a prosumer entering into a net metering system agreement shall not exceed 1,000 kilowatts. That's 1 megawatt. That's one of the things we are proposing to you, and I think I remember Engineer Boge will agree with me in the last discussions we had. I think we had them at Crown Plaza. Those were some of the very touchy issues which would have made us not progress. But I think this time we have tried to refine the document a lot, and we'll give you the reasons why we feel we have to cap that capacity. And to be capped at the maximum load demand in kilowatt hours of the 12 months preceding application for net metering. The maximum aggregate generation capacity of net metering systems shall be 100 megawatts for phase 1 of the net metering program. That's for the whole country. See, I told you that when you do energy planning, you know, we are checking at the demand side management as well. That means we are balancing the supply and demand. And so, you know, when you also inject into the grid, as if you're also a supplier. So when you're a supplier, you may also offset that kind of our supply. So we are proposing in this regulation to cap it. That means all the aggregated generation from net metering not to exceed 100 megawatts for phase 1. This phase refers to the first 3 years of implementation of net metering in Kenya from the date of coming into force of these regulations. Then also the next thing is eligibility. On eligibility, all renewable energy technologies are eligible for net metering. Residential, commercial, and industrial customers supplied by a distribution licensee or retailer are also eligible to enter into a net metering agreement, subject to these regulations and other relevant laws. So that is also a very important clause. I think we didn't want to lock people out. So we also want to increase our uptake of renewable energy in this country. So first we are thinking, do we only allow domestic consumers? Do we allow commercial consumers? Do we allow industrial? So the eligibility is one of the issues also we are presenting to you. And those are the issues I think we want your input. Under this regulation, the licensee will offer the provisions of net metering arrangement for the prosumer on a non-discriminatory and first-come, first-served basis, subject to operational constraints, provided that the prosumer is eligible. Additionally, the The licensee's responsibility are clearly set out in this regulation, creating a definitive relationship with the prosumer. I told you it's like a marriage, so I think in the regulation we have tried to define the relationship between the prosumer and the distribution licensee or the retail licensee. And it is good as EPRA, we are the also ones who license them. So I think the regulation will help us be the pastor in this marriage so that at least we can midwife the marriage well. As I conclude, this participation offers collaboration through consideration of the stakeholders' views on the nature of the regulations. This process allows for the effective execution of EPRA's mandate as it gives precision to the regulations by addressing the elements that will optimize the industry, uniformity and growth. I'm confident that the expertise and the experience in this room will help us achieve that. Your contributions are invaluable to the essence of these regulations. I therefore welcome you to freely share your thoughts and recommendations as we engage with one another. I wish you a constructive discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I think at this juncture, may I declare the validation workshop for the net metering regulation officially open, and then welcome you all. Let us discuss freely so that by the end of it, the regulation takes care of your interest and also the interest of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer Okech. My name is Fenwix. I'll be the moderator for the morning session. The morning session has two parts. The first part is our consultant will be setting pace for presenting the results. And how do you set pace is, of course, to give us the background of the problem at hand. And then after that, of course, he will talk about the methods they used to conduct the study. Now, in the background, of course, our consultant is going to give us a step by step this description of why we are here, or why we've been talking about this net metering for the last 10 years. Then, of course, he'll also tell us about the objectives. Why did they set out to do this study? What were the main reasons they were doing, and what are the performance indicators to show that the study has been conducted well? Then, of course, they're going to now bring us to the how of how they met the objectives for the study. Now, important thing in this session is, as even called validation workshop, is we need, of course, good inputs from our audience. And one way of getting good inputs is through focusing, what you call scope. So one thing, of course, I will ask our consultant to be, of course, very, very succinct and very clear on the background and on the methods, so that it becomes simple to explain. Dr. Kabere says KISS, keep it simple and straight. Then I'll ask the audience to be quite keen on the areas that the consultant will be presenting, because if you look at our study, the one that we shared, it has objectives. So we would request that we limit our questions to the objectives. I know there are infinite number of questions you can ask in any forum, but because we say there's a constraint of time in anything we do, so we may have to focus our questions entirely on the objectives of the study and what will be presented here, just specifically not metering. So if you have a case to do with the licensing with the EPRA, you might maybe see Nixon after this, but you may not ask it during the questions and answer session, because from 9:50, that's when we are going to come in with our inputs. But I would really ask we pay keen attention, we fortify the document that JKUATES has done, so that when it comes out, we can proudly own it, all of us. So at this moment, I want to welcome the JKUATES team to do their presentation. That's introduction to the study, then the methods they used to do that. Dr. Orenge is the one doing the presentation. I can see he wants to stand up. Welcome, Dr. Orenge. He works for JKUATES. He's a consultant and a lecturer in electrical engineering, and the chairman of the department. Those who want to go and study there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fenwix. Let me connect and maybe a point of correction. The introduction will be done by the consultant team lead, Dr. Kaberere, who is here. But after the break, I'll be coming to present the findings. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen, and yes, we were a team of consultants who I want to introduce as the presentation comes up. He's already said he was one of us, Roy Orenge. There's Clarice Wambua there. She's the legal expert. I don't know if Martin could be online. Martin Githire was the financial analyst. And we also had engineer Alois Oduo as the electrical engineer. So it was a big team. And of course, supported by many more. I think I want to start because out of the discussions that I have with people, there's a lot of expectation in terms of net metering, but sometimes we seem to be a little bit off on what we are expecting. I've heard people talk of feed-in tariffs. They are comparing these with feed-in tariffs. Now, net metering, we are looking at you have your capacity, you are not out to make money out of it. Unlike net feed-in tariff, where you are a supplier. Net metering, we are saying that you have enough capacity to meet your needs, and hence that is why it is capped in the Act. This one we don't even have any room to adjust other than if we were to amend the Energy Act. Energy Act 2019 stipulates that for you to participate in net metering, the maximum installed capacity would be 1,000 kilowatts. So that's the first point. Then you are not out to make money. So much as we are going to present, we are not looking at what is the opportunity for us to make money here. No. We are saying you have your installed capacity, which should just meet your needs, but just in case you have excess, because operations, your load curve varies. The same way your output varies. The sun is out, your demand does not match that output, and therefore you have excess generation as opposed to your load. So we don't expect, because operations, the load demand varies, and the generation output of your whatever technology you're using also varies, and therefore there could be a mismatch. So during that time, when you have excess capacity, energy here we are talking about, that time when you have excess energy, where does it go? What is happening right now? We are curtailing the output. So we are just generating what is enough to meet our demand. So what net metering comes to do is that excess energy that you are generating during that time when your load is low, can you bank it? Take it to the bank, right? There's no interest rate here. Don't ask me what's the interest rate, right? So take it to the bank. You bank it in the grid. Your neighbor who does not have that installation, they can consume. Or we reduce the generation from the generators, right? So not necessarily your immediate neighbor, but we are only banking that energy. So all of us need to be clear on that this is not an opportunity to make money. No. I have had that misconception with some of the players. So I think Fenwick has rightly said that I teach. I like having my space. But I'll try to do what I can within the limited space that I have. I already introduced that team. I don't know what's the best position for me. I already introduced the team that we had. And we had several objectives, quite a number in fact. The first, we needed to do a desktop review of the policies, the regulations, the practices, the incentives in other jurisdictions. So we are not just looking at what's happening in Kenya. For us, this is something very new. In other jurisdictions, they may not have regulations, but they may have guidelines. So what do they have? What's the framework in those jurisdictions? And then what are the incentives that they have? Then why we consulted you? we first of all needed to find out who are the players, who are the stakeholders who may be impacted by the net metering arrangement. And here we are talking about energy, so that NEM is net energy metering arrangement that we are talking about. So we mapped them out. We came to you. If we didn't come to you and you are here, most likely we did not know about you, or we came to you and I don't know, but most welcome. You're still welcome at this workshop. You give us your input. Then we wanted to establish what is the installed capacity currently, where are we at, who is eligible. In the first place, I've said the capacity is capped, and then there's a proposal in the draft regulations that you'll have your maximum demand being the guide of what is the eligible capacity. So what do we have currently? That's what we wanted to find out. We wanted to evaluate the impact of the proposed net energy metering capacity on the cost of electricity. We also needed to evaluate technically, yes, we are saying we are connecting all these renewable energy generators. What does that mean to the grid? Because there is also the distributor. What's the impact, the technical impact on all these connections that we are proposing? The other one was to determine, because we are no longer going to use the normal meter that we have, what's the cost of that two-way communication? Because remember, sometimes you are importing from the grid, other times you are exporting to the grid. So how do we meter that? So we wanted to determine the costs of that two-way communication and any other infrastructure that may be required. In addition, we are looking at what are the social, the environmental, and the economic benefits or impacts, not just benefit. Every coin has, I'm told it's not just two sides, it has three sides. Yeah? We tend to forget the third side. So we were looking at all that holistically, who's going to be impacted and how are they going to be impacted. Then these may be where a lot of us are very interested in, the techno-economic evaluation. And we also carried out a sensitivity analysis. We are looking at the least cost of energy for all the different sources that are eligible. We've just heard that all the renewable energy technologies are eligible. However, we did not look at all of them. We had a select few. And then there are various factors that we are testing the sensitivity of. Like, for example, the size. We are saying your size will not be one size fits all. So for different sizes of these technologies, then what's the LCOE and what's the sensitivity of that LCOE to the size, to the discount rate, to the capacity factor that we were using, because those are assumptions that we made. Then finally, I said we are not making money here. We are simply banking in the grid. What do you get? How do we rate that unit that you have put in? The distribution licensee has to maintain that distribution network. So do you give a unit and then what you draw out is a unit? Who's taking care of that? The distribution network that is being maintained, what's the cost of that? And therefore, what credit do we come up with? So we are going to address that. And then finally, informed by all this, we propose amendments to the draft regulations. So that is what we'll be taking you through in this whole study. So now, the stakeholders. The first that we identified are the existing prosumers. Prosumers means you're producing and you're consuming from the grid. So we are not looking at the mini grids in this, because both of the mini grids are off-grid, they are standalone. So for now, they are not eligible. Maybe later on, they may become eligible, but for now, as things are, we just looked at who's connected to the grid, and therefore, they are eligible for net metering immediately. So we looked at the industrial consumers, and basically, I need to mention that a lot of those that we looked at are using solar PV. There is a study that had been done, and a lot of the prosumers are using solar PV. So we looked at the industrial consumers. Basically, we are looking at factories, processing units, and then we looked at commercial facilities. There's some office blocks, there's some malls, there's some hotels. I think lately there are a lot of petrol stations that have solar PV generation. The agricultural sector, we have a lot of those flower farms, the tea plantations and coffee. They also have installations. And institutions like learning institutions. We also have religious institutions that have these, and hospitals and courts and all that. So all those would fall under institutions. Then we spoke to the installers. They are the ones who know best. They've already installed. What are the costs? What have you done? What are the future plans? Because a lot of times, if you engage the owners of those facilities, the idea was sold to them, and you may not find someone who is very knowledgeable to the extent that we needed to talk to. You may not find someone who is very, very knowledgeable in that. And that's why we chose, let's speak to the licensed solar PV contractors, because they have much more information. They've installed several of these facilities, and therefore we spoke to the category C1 of the solar PV installers, and those are licensed to design and install solar PV systems. And we also spoke to the category V1. Those of you who are in solar PV know there are various other categories. There are the manufacturers, there are the importers, and all those. Those were not of interest. We wanted to speak to those who are actually installing these systems so that they can give us the crucial information that we needed. Then the financiers were also coming in. Although this market is not very active, the financiers have alternatives, so we didn't get very many of them to speak to us about this. We had various agencies and associations. KPLC, I'm glad they are here. They are one of the key players because currently they are the only distributor, the only ones with the distribution license, and that's why it was of interest that we speak to them. We don't have any other distribution licensee in Kenya. KenGen, they are generators, so we also sought their input on this. The counties were of interest, and therefore we spoke to the County of Governors, COG. EPRA, of course, as the regulator, you've heard they've come from very far when Dixon joined. So what's the story? What have they learned for them to get to this point where they are proposing that we have net metering? REREC is also important. They are players in the energy sector, the rural electrification. I may not remember exactly what it was. I think I remember more of REA, but they are the Rural Electrification Authority. ASAC is an association for the consumers is ECLAS. This ASAK, I think I'll check that in full. KAM, because of the industrial players, they are very key. The Competition Authority, because here we are bringing in all the issues. Competition Authority, CA, we also talked to them. KEPSA is another association that we spoke to. GIZ, they have a lot of interest in solar PV, so we spoke to them. The consumer body is ELCOS, so that's a representative of the consumers. KEREA is a professional association body for renewable energy, and IPEA as well is a professional body. So you can see we spoke to quite a number of stakeholders. Now those are what we targeted versus who responded. This was majorly during COVID. I think restrictions were still in place, and therefore we weren't able to get the responses we would have wanted. The prosumers, we had targeted 112. We only got responses from 39, which is about 35%. What we realized was we have a lot of contracts. EPCs have set up these plants, and therefore the people who were looking for were the owners of the premises who knew nothing, and therefore they were shying away from participating in the interviews because a lot of times they told us they didn't know much about the installation. A lot of arrangements are that they have an arrangement with the EPC who are selling energy to them, and that probably is why we did not get very good responses as far as the prosumers are concerned. The contractors, we tried to reach out. We got, out of the 165 that we had targeted, we got 86 of them, which is about 52%. The financiers, I already said, a lot of them are not purely doing energy financing, and that is why we thought they are not very keen in participating in this. The associations and the agencies did very well. We had 80% participation of those that we targeted. And overall, we had a 46% response rate. Now, what were we looking for when we engaged these stakeholders? One, we wanted to understand what is the current status in as far as this self-generation is concerned in Kenya. Then the prosumers, we asked them, what are your plans? Yes, you have this installed capacity. Are you intending to install more? What we are trying to see is what's the projection, what's the future in terms of the installation of embedded capacity. And that is related to the point 3, net metering potential in Kenya, who are willing to participate. In fact, we asked, are people aware of net metering? Would they want to participate? So that's why we were assessing what's the potential for net metering in Kenya. Then there is the draft regulations that I talked about, and we sought the views of the stakeholders, particularly the prosumers and the installers. We sought their views on 32 provisions. We just picked 32 of them that we thought were very crucial, and we sought their views on these. We are going to present to you what we found out. And we also asked about what do they think are the impacts of net metering. So those are just some of the questions that we asked. Of course, it was much more detailed than what I'm presenting. Those are just the key issues. We said we also carried out the technical evaluation, and we identified 4 feeders which we wanted to study. One was the Nairobi South 2 11 kV feeder, and this feeder was of interest because it supplies GSK, GlaxoSmithKline. My mind still has the Beecham. I think they dropped the Beecham. So GSK, and they have an installed plant of 1,000 kilowatt peak. So that was of interest to us because that's at maximum capacity. What can be considered for net metering. Then we looked at Red Hill 11 kV feeder, and of interest here was the Black Petals Limited. It's a flower farm. They've installed a solar PV plant of 175 kilowatt peak. Then the other feeder we picked was Lower Hill 11 kV feeder that supplies Strathmore. I think Strathmore is known to most of us. They have a plant of 600 kilowatt peak solar PV plant again. Then we looked at the Two Rivers 66 kV feeder. That's the only one that is at 66. Two Rivers Mall, they have a plant of 1,280 kilowatt peak. Now, if you look at all these facilities that we are looking at that have installed the solar PV, GSK is an industrial plant. Black Petals is a commercial. We classify that as a commercial. They are a flower farm. Then Strathmore is institutional. Two Rivers is a commercial, which is a mall. Now, all these will have unique, their demand would be unique. An industry, a flower farm, an institution, they have their unique features. When we studied the GSK, we were lucky enough they gave us their load curve. All the others, we did not get the load demand curve, and therefore we had to make a lot of assumptions. So the only detailed study that we conducted was the GSK, whereby we were even able to assume, suppose they are conducting maintenance, that does not mean that the sun will be switched off. So their demand is very low, but you still have their generation at maximum. What does that mean? They'll be exporting to the grid a lot of energy. So we looked at that. The only very detailed feeder that we looked at. Then the other situation, we took a hypothetical case. We had 3 other facilities that are connected that are charged at 11 kV. So we decided, let's have a look. Suppose these three others also installed solar PV. So there is a hypothetical case that we have in the report. That does not exist for now, but we wanted to see, suppose more and more people connect to the same feeder, what happens? So that's the technical evaluation. So what exactly were we concerned about? We did some power flow analysis, and of interest, particularly the losses. What's the impact on the feeder losses? That's key. And how is the loading of the feeder going to be affected? Plus of interest, because of the quality of power are the bus voltages. Well, we all know the advantages of distributed generation. So here we are coming in with the distributed generation. What's the effect going to be? We expected that that was going to help the network, and we are going to present the results. Then the other technical aspect was the short circuit analysis, and we used the IEC 6909 standard. Of interest was the maximum short circuit current, and that's important for sizing the circuit breakers. We also looked at the minimum short circuit current, and here we are interested in the interrupting capacity. So as we design the protective devices, the protective scheme, then that would be of interest to us. So we are going to present the results for that. I talked about the LCOE, and we are saying that all renewable energy technologies will be considered. Now, we only looked at those three: the solar PV, small hydro, and wind. Biomass, we don't have enough data to support. We only had very limited information, and therefore we decided to drop that. But we also acknowledge that yes, biomass belongs here. Geothermal could also belong here depending on the size of the plant. So it goes beyond the three that we have studied. And I said with other jurisdictions. So the jurisdictions we looked at are Malaysia, California, New Delhi, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Ghana, Tanzania, and Stellenbosch. Now, where we are going like Stellenbosch, in South Africa, they don't have one regulation for everything. So that's why we picked Stellenbosch. There could be others that you may know of. Cape Town, I think they also have one, but we just settled for Stellenbosch. Same thing with the US. You don't get the same for every state, and that's why we went for California and India, New Delhi. What were the parameters of interest? Remember, we were benchmarking against the proposed regulation. So we picked what was important to address what was proposed in the draft regulations. So the first thing that is very important, we all need to ask is, what are the reasons for net metering? And that will partly inform us. We also get to think about it. In Kenya, why will net metering be important to us? So we wanted to find out for these jurisdictions, why did they go into net metering? The reasons are very diverse why you encourage the net metering. Then we looked at what's the legal framework that is in place for each of those countries. Then who do the regulations or whatever framework they have, who does it apply to? So the application, what are the eligible renewable energy sources? And I think the director has talked about the consumers. Is it everyone? Is it free for all? Whatever your consumer class that you are eligible for net metering. So we wanted to understand even the other jurisdictions, whether they allow everyone. Then are there generation capacity limits? In Kenya, we are saying the maximum that is set is 1,000 kilowatts. That's already in the Act. So for the consumers, the various classes, what determines? And remember, we are saying this is not business. It is not the same as feed-in tariff. So how do you determine what each consumer can come up with? And as a country, the director has told us right now the proposal is for the first 3 years. As we learn about this new net metering, as we try it as a piloting phase, the first 3 years, the proposal is we have 100 megawatts. So for these other jurisdictions, did they have something like that when we started? Did they just open it up for everyone? So that was a point of interest. Then, how is the application process? Of course, you're not just going to tell Kenya Power or whoever the distribution licensee is, here I am, and you get into an agreement. So how do you set out that whole application process and the agreement that you enter into? The installation, grid interconnection, the maintenance and the operations, those are technical issues. By the time you are allowed that, yes, you can connect to the grid, you must meet certain, it's not connected. So that's where the monitoring and control. Well, the control goes beyond just that reporting. but you need to get feedback from all those who've connected. What are they doing? So the monitoring and control is very, very key, and that is what will inform the next phase. If we have a successful first phase, then we monitor and we control that. That will inform what happens beyond the third year. The costs, the tariffs, and the billing. I'm sure a lot of us are very keen to see this. How do you share out? And that's why we talked about the credits. We have costs associated with the distribution system. We're not going to tell Kenya Power or whoever the licensee is, let's not talk about Kenya Power, although they are the licensee for now. They have costs that they need to meet. They need to maintain that distribution network. So that's where the question of the credit, what is the recommended credit, comes in, because of the costs associated with that. So as we net meter, what tariffs will be applicable and how do we do the billing? So that's why we needed to benchmark that with these other jurisdictions so that we learn from them how they are handling that. Then the question, because we are talking about renewable energy, of course the question of carbon credit comes in. Who's the owner of the carbon credits? Are you transferring to the distribution licensee? Do you remain with them? So we needed to learn from the other jurisdictions what they are doing. And I think that is the end of the methodology. We shall understand more of it as the results are presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. That's how you prefer us to call you for that elaborate presentation, especially on the method section. Of course, I don't want to preempt the verdict of the audience, but I think that's a bit clear. Where we say quality of any research is 70% reliant on the methods. So if you have poor methods, poor output, clear methods, then you capture everything in it. So at this point, we would welcome comments on what has been presented in terms of the introduction and the method section. Now, of course, comments are in different parts. You could give a suggestion of how they can improve the methods. We can still send them back to the field, by the way, if they have not done it properly. Or you can also question the method just for clarity to understand how that was done. We can also maybe raise issues on the background of the study. Why did they not consider maybe this background and just consider the other backgrounds? So we will pick questions. The modus operandi is that we do 4 questions from here. Then we pick online questions. Once we are done, we do 4 then online questions until they're exhausted. Then we will now go for break after that. So we are welcoming questions. Chacha Nyaigoti, please you tell us your name, then you ask the question. If you want to point it to your neighbor, you can say, I'm asking this question to Engineer Okech or to the JKUATS team, then it will be responded to.
Thank you, Dr. Phoenix and Karen. I think it's a good, very good presentation there. I wanted to talk about the second objective of the study, which was on the stakeholder mapping. I don't know whether it's from the way it was presented. I feel like one group was missed, and this is the group of developers. So typically for C&I projects, they would be owned by the developer. So that is the person who has ownership of the plant. In most cases, it will not be the prosumer in this case. So I feel like just looking through this, that group was missed. They would have, I don't know if you got a response from the ESAC, the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya, because then quite a number of the developers would ordinarily be in that group. And just to say the reason why I say this, so I didn't give my name. So my name is Samuel Mwangi. I work for one of the developers. We are mainly called Virunga Power, and we are mainly generating from small hydro. we are working on a number of projects. Well, at the moment we do not have an operational C&I project. We have quite a number in development, and so this is of interest to us. So maybe I keep it short, but I feel like the developers are not fully engaged in this. It's good to see that still the report reflected quite a bit of what is needed in terms of the credits, how you arrive at the credit that would be given to this, and just they covers these studies does cover the objectives of the net metering regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Rose Chemiat from Power Africa Off-Grid Project. My question is related to Samuel's. Could there be a way mini-grid operators can also get into such agreements? Because in their site, they're not necessarily prosumers, and that could help lower tariffs on their site. Also, there is a case where the only loads maybe they are doing are battery banks on the site. From the presentation, I might have missed it, but I could like a little bit of clarification for mini-grid operators.
Thank you, Ross. Engineer Bugi Wasioya.
Thank you. I think Dr. Karen Kaberere, that was a very nice presentation. And maybe just following up from what Ross has just said, and because I think in her presentation she said that the mini-grids were excluded, but the Energy Act doesn't exclude anybody. And I think also that we have many more distributors, licensed distributors than Kenya Power. I think the likes of PowerHive, Talek, and several others. And some of these actually would be the ones that probably would benefit more. So I think it is important that we don't leave out anybody, especially when the Act has not excluded them. We should not exclude them at the time when we are doing the regulations. And of course, I think there is another, maybe it would have been of interest also to look at Biojoule. They are doing, okay, they may not be really a prosumer as such, but being that they are generating from biogas, I think it would be nice to just also look at what they have. I mean, it could inform our regulations. Now, on the issue of capping, I was wondering, would it probably not be easier for us to have just used a percentage? Because I was looking at the 100 megawatts, which looks like it's about 5% of the current peak load on the system. So rather than put an absolute figure, because I think you are looking at the impact on the system, and I think it is the size of the system relative to the interconnected system. So perhaps we rather than look at an absolute figure, maybe a percentage would be a better way to go. And finally, I think the team was very categorical that this is not about making money, but I don't know, you know, people are in business, so you can make money by maybe not necessarily increasing your revenues, but if you reduce your costs, which I think net metering could be well, a way to do that. So maybe I don't know why that emphasis of that we are not making money. I mean, we are supposed to be making money. So I don't know, but maybe we would get some insights why it is so important that we tell people that they are not here to make money. Then maybe.
The fourth question, before we okay.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Gwara, Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. I just want to focus my query. Let me start by saying this is a very good report and a well done research. But I just want to focus my question on the reason why we had to exclude a certain category of consumers, those who are using fossil fuel like generators. I know there is an aspect of clean energy, but the main reason why majority of them are using generators is because of the inconsistency of supply. That is the power outages. And whose mistake is that? So this is a very huge category, number of people or consumers who are in this bracket. And I want to believe strongly that one of the reasons why net metering is coming is to help boost into the quality of power supply. If it is not going to address the challenge of power outages, then I think it might fall short of the expectation, because this category of clients, they are going to be excluded at the expense of themselves. So probably if that would be reviewed. And then last and not the least, I want also to add more strength on the point which my colleague there has spoken. There's been really a lot of emphasis on net metering is not meant to make some money. What was lingering in my mind is when you find we are not out to make money, but are those who are going to pump in extra energy into the grid going just to be philanthropic, in the sense that those who are not generating will just enjoy that their expense? Is there any way that it can affect their power bills because they are putting in something into the grid? Thank you.
Okay, there is one online question. Would you type it somewhere, Roy? Maybe as we do that, now there are some sets of questions here. Some of them are a bit philosophical, probably not related to what Daktari presented here. So I will distribute them actually. I know one Nixon is there, we can respond to some of those questions. So actually I think it will be an agreement. Our director will tell us who will respond to those questions, because I see most of them may not be related to the methods that was presented, but will in any case respond to the questions. So stakeholder mapping, C&I project, that's Nixon's fault, by the way. I always tell people Nixon is an expert in mini grids and C&I things in this country. It's a to-go-to person. So Nixon, can you tell us, I know you've been working with Dr. Kaberere, even when she was doing the scoping of the stakeholders, why I can't say I didn't see it or I saw it, so you will tell us anyway why C&I, the developers, were not considered, and they play an important role actually. I'll just repeat the question. I didn't see you writing the question actually. You know it. Okay, fine. So Nixon, you'll respond to that, please. Dennis Okwapi, give Nixon a microphone to respond to this. Then the question of mini grids, Nixon. There are two questions. One is asking why we did not consider developers in the study. Then number two, the issue of mini grids. I know Dr. Kabere said they are not considered, and they're asking why we could not consider them. And then after that, I think there's the third question by our senior there, Engineer Wabuge Wasio, and there are several questions. The issue of mini grids, of course, you'll respond to that. Then the issue of biojoule, then percentage. Why are we not looking at a percentage? I think I'll respond the philosophy of cost when Dr. emphasizes on the cost. The issue of it's not we are not making money. I think I'll clarify. I hope I'll represent her well what she meant. Then on the question of Joshua and fossil fuels generators. So Nixon, please.
Okay, thank you. I think for the scoping, we did look at the developers. What we have seen in the market is most of the developers are also contractors in one way or the other. We have licensed them as contractors. So I can confirm, I think we spoke to a cross-boundary. is one of the developers in this space. I know there is Aria. There are quite a number of people, without mentioning names, that we actually spoke to. But if you are interested to give some input, also we can talk to you. Maybe if we didn't reach out to you, but we spoke to developers, that I would give an assurance. So most of them are developers and also have the contractor's license. And then for the mini grids, it's true. I think mini grids are distribution licensees. And I would want maybe Dr. will comment whether they spoke to any of those mini grid developers, and they should have been represented as part of the stakeholders that are should be consulted in this study. Maybe just
clarify a bit, Nixon. They're asking why a mini grid cannot be considered as a prosumer, just to be specific.
Okay. If for the mini grid to be considered as a prosumer,
yes,
it's not part of what we are looking at, because that is covered in the mini grid regulations, where we are saying if a grid arrives where the main grid is, there are three options we have provided. So the mini grid could buy electricity from the main grid and they distribute in that locality. For example, Two Rivers, they buy electricity at 66 kV from KPLC and they distribute within that region and supplement that with their on-site generation. So that's one of the options. And then the second option would be they become a small energy producer, where in this case they come in under the feed-in tariff, where they sell electricity to KPLC. I'm trying to remember the third option. I know Omtai is here, he remembers it well. They can also sell the assets to the distribution licensee, because you see in this case they are dealing with many customers. What you are defining as a prosumer is someone doing their own site generation to complement what they are getting from the grid. So in form of how they can participate, someone under the mini grid framework, a customer, can have a net metering arrangement with the main grid operator. That is allowed, and that's why we should speak to them. But then they cannot come in now to do net metering with the national grid, because then we are looking at the other framework for net metering, for mini grid, sorry. So in that case, maybe we'd also have to get feedback on that if it's something that we should push for. But I know it will bring a lot of confusion if we have a mini grid operator now doing net metering, because the requirements for providing that service are quite different. The service levels are different. There are quite a number of things they're supposed to report on, which we are not envisioning under the net metering framework.
Okay, thank you, Nixon. Then
Hello? Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe to clarify about the mini grids, mini grids are distribution licensees. So mini grid themselves can allow their consumers to be prosumers as well. But a mini grid, because there's no network there, there's no grid, that's why there's a mini grid, isn't it? So there's a mini grid cannot sell to the grid, because that's why Nixon clarified. When the grid arrives, then we have made in the mini grid regulations, we have made provisions how now we treat when the grid arrives, isn't it? But the mini grids within their localities, they'll be prosumers. Those prosumers, I just want to clarify, they'll be covered because they are not exempted by the Energy Act. So these our net metering regulations will cover those prosumers who are within the mini grid geographical areas. So I think that's one thing I wanted to make come out clearly. Thank you.
there's a technical question. The Dr. Engineer Okech, the power systems expert. Engineer Buge also asked why we didn't consider a percentage, and we were dealing with the absolute figures when capping.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Buge. I think you're just pulling my leg. He was part of it when you were coming up with this one. That's why we said this one we are doing it in phases, and that's why I wanted to stand up. When you talked about phase one, is that we wanted also to learn. It's a learning curve for us. And when I made my opening remarks, I said we don't want to go through what the leaders in this kind of net metering regulations went through, like Germany. There are times where there are a lot of problems with people feeding so much into the grid, isn't it? And then it was now becoming too much for them until they had excess in the grid. So for us to cap it, the total aggregate was Can we use that time period and 3 years is mentioned so that we do a learning, then you know how to roll it out in the other phases. So I think that's why it is done, and in the book is aware. I think he just wanted to test that he trained me well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's this question of we are not making money. I think Dr. emphasized on that, which is a good point, Engineer Buke. Why? It's because, of course, you would make money, but there is no transaction of money in this business. I think that's what I wanted to say, is that Kenya Power or the off-taker will not give you any money because you are doing net metering. At the same time, the prosumer does not give you money because of that arrangement. So the arrangement is, if because I'm buying power from Kenya Power, I'll pay them the power I'm getting, then Kenya Power is not going to give you any money because you have you have a net metering arrangement with them. So that's the main reason why I'm emphasizing on there will be no monetary transaction during that engagement. And Joshua is asking if it's philanthropic. No, it's not philanthropic, because you know Kenya Power is here, and they have to go to work every day to maintain that power, to move it from your solar PV plant to the next neighbor. They are using money to do that, to pay those people, and those meters they're using the other side. So when you give them that power, actually you're not going to get the same power. If I give you, although they'll present that of course the next session, but if I give you 1 unit, I'm not going to offset one unit in return, because there are some costs associated with the Kenya Power taking. I'm sorry, I'm used to the Kenya Power, but I can use the off-taker taking that energy. So instead of them of you paying them money to take that power to your neighbor, they are going to tell you, we're not going to give you back the 100% of the energy you gave us. We will give just little of it. Why is fossil fuel excluded? Of course, the one of the main reasons why we have net metering is because of the issue of storage. It's one of the main, of course, but we have other base loads you can still use on the net metering arrangement, but they have to be renewable energy. One is because if you have your generator and you think you do sizing in the first place, because this is what I use in a day. So we don't envisage a time when you're going to maybe have a generator that's producing maybe double of what you need at some time to go up and down. Then of course, the philosophy, you are heading towards green energy. So one way of maybe encouraging people to go to renewable energy through net metering, and is to say you substitute a fossil fuel generator with something else, maybe solar PV system, so that it can assist you when maybe there's the issue of power fluctuations. I don't know if Nixon wants to say more about that. Nixon or Eustace? Okay, Eustace, you say something about that.
Okay, the issue of generators at our premises, there's two reasons. One is when you do regulations, you do them within the scope of the Act. The Act gave the scope of net metering to only renewable energies. That is one. The other thing is the renewables energies, most of them under problem of storage, as Phoenix has said. And we know the generators we have in our facilities have governors, so they don't have the problem of storage. The technical issue is you can set to a generator to give you whatever you want at that particular time. So those are the two major reasons. One of them is legal, the other one is technical.
Just one addition also about I think it's becoming very sensitive about this issue of not making money. I think I'll ask our consultants just to make sure that we, in the final report, we do that kind of, because like see, when you bank your energy and use it later, that time you're not using now the power from the grid, and you are saving money. So can we make sure that that saving comes out clearly, so that people also know the benefits of it? Because you don't want to say that we made this net metering regulation and the people investing in this system are not getting any benefits. I think what Dr. meant, Dr. Karen, was that, okay, you are not doing a sale, so you are not selling electricity. I think the word should have been, you are not selling electricity, but there are a lot of benefits of having those systems. So I think this will come out clearly. I'm seeing people are not very, very happy about that one. Maybe Karen want to add something.
I want to draw parallels with, may I stand? I like seeing my audience. I want to draw parallels with energy management, for example. In energy management, you are making money. The benefits are to you. Do you compute them and tell anyone that you are in business? Do we? We don't.
It's
but
philosophical, yeah.
yes, you are the one who is saving. As that facility, you're not doing it for anyone else. We come up and we compute what are the CO2 savings, what are the benefits to all of us as a country, that's what we refer to as the economic benefits. But first and foremost, it is to you as the facility, because you saved energy. Either you are using exactly the same amount of energy to produce more, or you're using less energy to do the same things that you did. That's a concept here that we are looking at. You're not looking at it that I want to install this plant so that I can sell to Kenya, to whoever the off-taker is. I think I adopt the off-taker. We are not selling anything to anyone. And we need to bear in mind, when do we have the peak in Kenya? It comes in the evening, isn't it? Then in the evening, is your system working? Let's say, for example, the solar, because that's who the majority of us are. Solar PV. Is the solar still there? Absolutely not. So you are feeding into the grid during the time when the system is not in distress. So during the evening peak, when the system is in distress, I hope Dr. Okech will tell us about, I think yesterday he talked about the peak. So we are not retiring that thermal that we are talking about. It will still remain because the sun is not out. For wind, maybe we can say the wind will still be blowing. So those are the issues that we are looking at other jurisdictions. What are their motivation for going into net metering? Are we helping the system at the right time? Are we still burdening the system? Whatever, but we need to look at it holistically, not just one aspect from I am the one who is producing. No, let's look at it as the whole network and how does it operate. So I am not in denial that there is no money making. It's a benefit to you, yes, that's not in denial. Make your money, you are reducing your cost. After all, for most of these systems, they were even installed before net metering came about. So what were the reasons? What was the motivation for those who have already installed? What was their motivation? The motivation was not to sell power, no. And that's why I said right now what is happening, they are curtailing. It's either they are installed in storage, very few of them have installed storage, so whatever excess there is they store, or they are curtailing their production. So I hope that clears it. I am not against people making money. It's just the concept. The concept dictates that we are not making money.
So I think, Nixon, you have something else to add? Okay, fine.
Maybe also just to add one statement, if you want to make money directly, we have other mechanisms of feed-in tariff and auctions. So if you want to sell electricity directly to KPLC, then you will be covered under that framework. But for this case, we are trying to enhance the benefits of you using the captive generation without necessarily saying directly you want to make money in that case. But I know when you are doing the modeling, and I think we have had discussions with some of the developers, what we are trying to look at is if you are to store what you are derating, how does it affect your least cost of energy? Because that's one of the things that we should look at. We know there are people who have put, like we talked about GSK, there are times that they have to derate their plant, meaning they have demand that is not equivalent to what they are generating at that time, so they have to use the MPPT to derate what they are getting from the plant. So in that case, if you are banking or you are storing that or you are injecting that to the grid at that time, what extra benefit would it have in terms of payback period to the viability of the plant? But then the statement not making money means you don't expect at this time, at least in this phase, for KPLC to give you money for what you banked on the system.
Hello, just to add one thing about the diesel generators. The question which came from Isaac, I think it will make no value for you to generate using a diesel generator, then feed to the grid, then get the same back, because the per unit cost of generation from a diesel we know is very expensive compared to the grid, isn't it? why we are talking about the renewable energy is that we are aware that the per unit cost, like now if you have told solar PV, the per unit cost of generating that energy is cheaper than compared to the grid, isn't it? And that's why you can bank it and you get it back and you make some money now. Not to contradict Dr. Karen, but now you make a saving. Okay, let's call it a saving. Yeah, so, but if you have to use a diesel generator, I don't think there will be any value. So I think these are also environmental aspects of it. Climate change, we have committed ourselves as a country, we want to lower our carbon footprint, isn't it? So I think diesel generators, let's not go there. And so also, that's why it was not provided for also in the Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is an online question. Will you project or you'll read it out? Okay, fine. The project will read it so that we can see who can respond to it.
Mr. John, you can go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. So I think we can just go ahead and project it from here so that, yeah. So first one called Aguko.
Okay, fine. The first question is, how did the research perceive the reason why financiers have cold feet on this field? Sustainability of any project fully depend on the financial marshal of the stakeholders. Is this going to be sustainable? Then that's from Aguko. Number 2 is, in the benchmarked jurisdictions, did you consider looking at generation systems with large storage systems, say more than 500 kilowatt hours? Then Douglas, those questions are for the team here, JQuates. Number 3, for a solar plant, does 1 megawatt power cap refer to AC rating or the DC rating? AC rating in brackets, like the output of the inverters. So I think our team will respond to the questions. We need to project them nicely so that the team can read. The first one. Yes, Daktari Chacha. We can give her the microphone. She responds to that.
Thank you, Aguko. About the financials, I think this is something we've experienced even in energy management. Our financials, the banks, other than those who are specialists in this, they are not exactly used to this kind of investments. They don't know how to appraise them. Most of them. I'm not saying all of them. Most of them don't know how to appraise them. So we haven't developed that market. The financial market has not gotten there yet, that you can see the benefits and you actually see, you're able to evaluate the risks of such projects and all. So the few that we knew, I think we had been told Cooperative Bank, Equity Bank, they've done these kind of projects. But it all depends on who did these people go to. So that's why a lot of them, they shied away. And of course, as you know, the normal mainstream banking, that's not their only revenue source. So that's why the focus was not really on this. And of course, we had some time frame that we had to meet. So that's our interpretation as to why they did not participate fully. Brian, I'm not sure what this means about storage, and because we were basically looking at other jurisdictions with net metering. Quite often you don't have storage when you have net metering, because we are talking of the grid being the storage. So these energy storage system, I'm not sure in this context how it comes in, because you wouldn't have the grid which you are banking in and then you have your storage. So that was not in the context in which we were looking at. We are trying to get rid of the storage by storing this energy in the grid. So that was not our focus, that we look at storage as well. The solar plant, the power capping of 1 megawatt, is that
Nixon can answer that. He's an expert.
I think in the room there are more experts in this. But we are looking at installed capacity. Let's not make our life complicated by start to talk about now the regulator will come and evaluate the efficiency of an inverter so that to establish whether it's a 1 mega or less than 1 megawatt AC. So in this case, most of our reporting, even in the for the other plants, we talk of the installed capacity, and that's what we are working with. I think Douglas is answered.
Okay, thank you very much. Ose, do you have any other online question? One more. Okay. Yes, Project Twisi. What will happen at the end of the billing period if there is a difference, big difference in the energy exchanged between the two parties? I think this should be part of the results. So we will present these ones as we go, actually checking the regulations. What happens? Hasi, do you have something to say? One more question.
There's one more question online from Engineer Francis Makano of Kengen. We need to remember our power system has various forms of power, e.g. hydropower, which uses the reservoirs to store energy. When the prosumers, net metering investors... Oh. I'm saying there's one more question from Engineer Makano of Kengen. So the question is, we need to remember that our power system has various forms of power, e.g. hydropower, which uses the reservoirs to store energy when the prosumers, i.e. net metering investors, are feeding the solar and wind power in the grid. In this case, more hydropower will be available at night and during evening peak. This is a benefit to our country, Kenya. This is a positive way of selling net metering to governments, financiers, and other policy makers. Yeah, that's a comment.
Yes, I think that's a comment. Maybe just trying to fortify what you've been saying about the good sides of doing the net metering and what we benefit from. So I don't know if do you have any other question related to introduction and the methods? Yes, Engineer Ono. They said Strathmore you did not give the load curve, and I was looking at you. I don't know why you didn't give us the load curve.
Thank you. My name is Geoffrey Rono. I'm from a company called Ofgen. We implemented the 1 megawatt plant at GSK. We also work very closely with Strathmore. That's why Phoenix is referring to me as from Strathmore. Mine is a comment, and one question is, it looks like that we'll achieve that 100 megawatts before the 3 years. What would happen if we have hit 100 megawatt mark, and then we still have 2 years to go, 1 year to go? Clarity is required there. And then, as he has said, for Strathmore, we work them closely. We'll be happy if the researchers are interested to get the data from Strathmore. We can work together to get the data if required. Thank you.
Thank you, Rono, for that assurance. So next time we want that data. If we feel our results are not adequate, we'll get to you to get it from there. So what happens when we meet that cap? I don't know, between Engineer Okech and Engineer Bukachi, one of them should answer that question.
I think it will come as part of the results also. We are jumping the gun. You know, we haven't gone to the regulations. But in any case, Engineer Rono, the government has never stopped. If we reach the cap of 100 before the 3 years, you can be sure it can be reviewed if you have gotten sufficient experience. So you shouldn't be worried, but that will be presented also during the results section.
Thank you. I think that's all for questions. So, Osia, please come and give us direction on where we're going after this before we come for the results section.
Thank you, Daktari. I think I was proposing, I thought that I'll become an investor, take a loan and buy some solar panels, and then get money from KPLC, but unfortunately, my vision is being squashed. So I need to think twice. So thank you so much for those words of wisdom. At this time, we'll go for a short health break. For guys who were here yesterday, same place, down the hall, down the stairs, straight, then left. We'll have tea, and then we'll be back. Allow me again, Jekwa, to use your machine to check time. It's 10:50 a.m. So you can take 30 minutes, be back at 11:20. 20 minutes, Engineer Bukachi. So we're back at 11:10. Yes, so I know we are technical people. We can summarize the tea in a short time and be back here for the next session. So, karibuni chai. Let's just say a short prayer for tea. God, we thank you for this tea that is before us. Bless it in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Karibuni sana. Thank you. We are here. We are out for a short break. We'll be back soon. We shall be back soon. kitu hapa. It's okay. Welcome back. So we can settle down and go to the next session. Thank you. I'm hoping you enjoyed your tea. So with your permission, we can proceed to the presentation of the study. Engineer Bukachi, I don't know if the team from JKUAT is presenting. Okay, good. So you're welcome. You can just go ahead. Yeah.
Welcome back. Is it okay? So I'll be taking us through the findings of this report. My name is Roy. I'm also part of the JKUAT test team. So the key findings of what we did is what I'm going to take some time through. So among the findings, the first part, I'll present what we got from the stakeholders. And when we are evaluating who are the stakeholders, that is the category of consumers that are having these solar PV installations, we found out that most of these consumers belong to the commercial sector, though we had industrial and some residentials, as you can see in that chart, but majority of them were commercial consumers. And in terms of the applicable tariff, that is, most of them belongs to the CI, that is the commercial industrial 2 category, that's 42%, and 39% belongs to commercial industrial 1. Though majority of the people that we considered even during modeling, that is the case that we chose for modeling, was a CI1. That is because most of the CI2s, their installed capacity is actually less than their peak demand.
Recording in progress.
That most of them consume more than 1 megawatt. But in the Act, we are being restricted to a peak of 1 megawatt. So that's why we considered a CI1, which is a category that will have a consumption peak of less than 1 megawatt. So we also wanted to see when were these systems installed. And most of the system were installed between 2014 and 2021. But we looked at the year of commissioning, and you can see that majority of the systems were commissioned in 2018. 19, they reduced a bit. 20, of course, probably because of the COVID. Most of the systems were not commissioned at that particular period. So we went ahead and we also asked them, from what you have, that is the installed capacity, do you have any plans of increasing or having additional generation so that we can also to project whether we are going to overshoot even the 100 megawatt that someone was talking about And this is what we found out, that most of them were talking about having an additional capacity of between 50 and 500 kilowatts. That is 42% of the respondents, that is the prosumers. And none of them talked about 500 to 950, but
Recording
there were
in
few
progress.
who talked about beyond 950 kilowatts. There are known categories, the category where people said, yes, we are planning to do some additional installation, but they didn't give the actual capacities that they are proposing or they are planning to add into the system, or rather into their generation capacity. So as we are also collecting their views, we wanted to also get their views on certain provisions of the draft regulations. There were 32 provisions that we wanted to get their views on, but for this particular slide, you can see I've presented a few of them that we considered important for this presentation, but the report has all their views of all the provisions that we considered. So you can also check the report for a detailed presentation on the same. So we wanted to know what is their views on the provision that dictates that the on-site installed capacity of the prosumers being capped at the maximum demand, that is the maximum demand of those of the prosumers based on the previous year's load. And actually majority of them agreed that that should be the perspective. You can see for both prosumers and contractors, they agreed with the provision that caps the maximum demand, or rather the maximum installed capacity on their demand of the previous year of consumption. So we also wanted to know what is their views on this other clause, which I think the director talked about, that we want to have the aggregate generation, that's the total aggregate generation from all the captive sources for the first 3 years, which we are told is the first phase of this rolling out of the net metering regulations, or rather the framework in the country, that a majority still, more than 50%, though less than the previous scenario, both the prosumers and the solar PV contractors agreed that we can have that peak, or no, that cap of 100 megawatts for the first 3 years of rolling out the regulations. Of course, the difference of 100% had a contrary opinion. So there was also a provision, or rather clause in the regulations that was trying to give the credit, that is, of the exported unit to the system, that is to the off-taker, how much credit or how much of that should the off-taker give you back when you're not generating and you need some power from them. So initially in the regulation, the draft regulation, the proposal was that you get 50% of what you feed into the grid. And for that one, the prosumers, majority of the prosumers were not happy. And of course, that is what actually I've seen from even the interaction we have had in the previous session, that 50% is not a very good figure. That is 46% of the prosumers agreed, but 54% did not agree. The contractors, on the other hand, the majority agreed with that. Probably they understand more about it. Most of the prosumers, as we said, they were just owners and maybe they didn't have much information about the operation of the system. But anyway, let me not say that is the reason. So there was also a clause that was stating that at the end of the financial year, if you have any unused credit, what happens? And I think I saw that question. So the provision states that those credits should be forfeited, and so the contractors still majority agreed, but you can see that most of the prosumers do not agree with that. Do not agree that at the end of the financial year, whatever credits you'll have accumulated should be forfeited. But we'll present later what is our proposal on the draft regulation. That's what is the review that can be carried out. So this is just basically what the stakeholders, or what some of you gave us as your opinion. So something else that we did from the earlier presentation, you saw that we did some technical analysis on the feeders, on some of the feeders. That is, we took an industrial feeder, we took a commercial feeder, and of course an institutional feeder, and we did some technical analysis trying to look at what is the impact of connecting these systems, or these PV systems, into the local grid through the feeding lines that they are in that particular area. So starting with GSK, which is fed through Nairobi South 2 11 kV feeder. So you are looking at the power flow results and trying to look at what is the impact, how does it affect the power or the line loading, how does it affect the power losses, both active and reactive. And this is what we found. And from the summary, you can see that on average, in terms of the maximum loading, when there was no PV, and of course we had the normal expected load, there was a 34% loading of that feeder. And when we put the 1 megawatt with the normal loads that I expected in that feeder, the loading reduced. And of course, being the fact that majority of the neighboring loads now could be fed from the GSK and not directly through the feeder from the nearest substation. And of course, this is what reduced the line loading. And then we looked at what could happen if there is no load from GSK. And of course, this can happen in scenarios whereby maybe they have a shutdown in the plant, and now they cannot shut down the PV. So what will happen is that much or all of that generation now goes into the grid. So what will happen to the grid? You can see that, of course, the loading didn't change, but there was a change in terms of the power that is being required from the grid. That is, the power required from the grid reduces. That is for the other loads that were not on shutdown. So the presenter in the morning also mentioned that we looked at an hypothetical scenario. And the hypothetical scenario here is whereby some other prosumers or some other people who could connect to the same feeder, what could happen? And in that case, now the generation capacity of the infeed in that feeder now can increase beyond the 1 megawatt to about 1.765 megawatt. And you can see that there is a further reduction in the loading of the feeder. So that is what happened in GSK in our analysis. We also did a short circuit analysis whereby we were looking at what is the fault levels, what is the fault currents associated with the scenarios that I've also explained in the previous slide. And you can see that in the first case, we of course looked at what is the short circuit current in kiloamps before the PV, with the PV, which is the 1 megawatt infed from GSK, and of course with the hypothetical case of 1.75 megawatt infeed. Just the summary of it all is that you can see there was no much change. Actually, there is no change at all in terms of the short circuit current. That means that additional generation from this prosumer does not affect the fault currents, and hence does not have any short circuit impact into this network. So the next prosumer you looked at is Strathmore, who are fed through a lower 11 kV feeder. And this is what we have in terms of power flow, that the loading before and after, the losses before and after. And we can see that the loadings, there is a slight, not really slight, but significant improvement in the loading, that there is a reduction in the line loading. And there's also some reduction in terms of the power losses. Of course, if you are reducing the line loading, that's the current flow in the line, the I squared R losses, of course, are going to reduce from the basic understanding of electricity. So that is what was observed in Strathmore. And of course, the short circuit current calculations in Strathmore. And the result here is more or less the same as the previous case, that with no and with injection from Strathmore, the short circuit currents do not vary as much. That means then the problem of short circuit participation of this net metering generation is not something to be worried about, because the contribution into the short circuit current is not that significant. Then we looked at the black petals, who are flower farm, who are fed through a Red Hill 11 kV feeder power flow. And you can see that there is still the same logic of reduction in power loading. That is, the maximum loading of the line was reduced. The same thing happened to losses. There was a reduction in losses with injection of a 175 kilowatt system. And in terms of the short circuit, still the same thing, that these systems do not have a significant impact on the short circuit capacity. That is, the short circuit current contribution is in a very small or none, and therefore that is not our worry. Then the other prosumer we looked at is TRM, with an installed capacity of 1.28 megawatt, that is 1280 kilowatts. And through the line that feeds them, we saw that there is also a reduction in power load, or rather it's the maximum loading of the line. And of course the power losses, there was a reduction of that. And of course also the grid supply, that's the reliance of the grid, also reduced at that particular point. The next is the short circuit, and the short circuit results, just like in the other three cases, you can see that there is no significant contribution of this prosumer in terms of the short circuit currents. Therefore, that's also not something to be worried about in terms of the impact in terms of short circuit current. So maybe before I go to the economic evaluation, so the scenarios that we looked at, both the current, the before, that is without the solar PV to the grid. When we have the PV, we didn't have any scenario that resulted into what we could call a reverse power flow. A reverse power flow, that it will occur whereby the generation from these PVs could be more than the loads that the other consumers in the surrounding are taking. So in that particular case, then power will flow back to the substation, and then it will go through to other loads. But that is something that can happen in scenarios whereby we have more and more connection of prosumers, and at a point whereby maybe most of them are not consuming the load. Much of the load could be going back to the substation, and of course get redistributed to other areas, and that could actually affect the loading. In this case, the loading was reducing because there was a reduction of the reliance from the grid, in this case from the nearby substation. But there could be a scenario whereby the power now is flowing back to the substation. And if much power is flowing back, of course the loadings will be violated. But in this scenario it was not violated. But it is a likely scenario in future in any place. So we also did economic evaluation, and here the parameters that we were evaluating is the levelized cost of electricity, and we also did sensitivity analysis to see how does the LCOE vary as we vary some inputs to it. The main inputs we looked at was the capacity factor. We also looked at the discount rate, and we also evaluated the impact of different sizes of the PVs into how does it affect the LCOE, so that we can be able to have a feel. So, but before we even did the sensitivity analysis, we evaluated the LCOEs of different renewable energy technologies, and we assumed a plant capacity of 1,000 kilowatt. That is the maximum capacity that will participate into net metering. And we assumed a capacity factor for solar of 18%. Solar can have a capacity factor between 15 to around maybe 20%. For installers here, I know they understand it in terms of, I can relate this to the PSH, or the peak sun hours. A 20% PSH could mean 20% of 24, which is what percentage is that? Around 4.8 PSH. So we looked at a scenario whereby we have 18%, which can translate to about 4.3 PSH. And then we assumed wind has a capacity factor of 35%. But of course, wind has a capacity factor, depending on the region, it can vary between 30 to 40%. And it can also be, of course, go higher, especially for offshore, but we're just considering onshore. Small hydro power, depending on the region and, of course, the hydrology of that place, capacity factor can vary. In our case, 30% capacity factor, but we do understand from even literature that the capacity factor of hydro can vary from 40 to 60%, can even go higher, especially for those that have reservoirs, the large hydros. But for small hydros, we looked at a capacity factor of about 50% and a discount rate of 10%. So a capacity factor, maybe I can try to explain what it means. That you have an installed capacity of power in kilowatts, and you expect this generator to be giving you power throughout the year. So what will be the power that you get throughout the year? If it is generating at every minute and after every hour for the whole year, then you're talking about the capacity you have installed in kilowatts times the total number of hours you have in a year, which is about 800, 760 or thereabouts. But in the real scenario, you might not get, or you do not have these generators generating at their peak throughout the year. So the actual generated energy in a year, or in a certain period that you're considering, over that it could generate if it was producing at peak throughout the time, that gives a capacity factor. And I think that is what, that is the term that might be difficult to understand here. So the LCOE for solar PV, the average that we got depending on, or rather using these assumptions, it was 6.46 USD cents per kilowatt hour. Maybe I can also explain what we mean by LCOE. The levelized cost of electricity. For us to be able to get, this is normally an economic term that is used to project the viability of a system or a generation system by looking at how much will it cost the developer or the customer who is installing it to generate 1 unit, which is 1 kilowatt hour. And therefore, we have to consider the lifetime of the project as well. So if we can be able to estimate the amount of investment that will go into the project throughout the entire life, or what we call the economic life of that project, and the amount of energy that it can generate in kilowatt hours, the division, that is the amount invested over the energy generated throughout the lifetime, will give us the approximate cost per kilowatt. And of course, the investment goes, you'll have to add both the initial investment and the operation expenses that we have per year throughout the whole time frame of consideration. So the solar PV has an approximate LCOE of 6.46, that is in US cents. The wind, we have 6.79, that is for a 100 kilowatt plant, and of course with those assumptions in terms of the discount rate and the capacity factor. At different discount rates and at different capacity factors, you're going to have different values. So what we have here is based on the assumptions that we have. And of course, for small hydro power, we have a 5.73, which is now, in the considerations that we have under the assumptions that we have made, it was the cheapest of the three sources. So we went further with solar and tried to look at the impact of varying certain inputs. So in this, what we have projected here, we are looking at what will happen to the LCOE if we vary the size, that is at different sizes and at different capacity factors. Of course, the higher the capacity factor, the higher the output. So we have the blue curve, which is the topmost curve, which is showing a scenario where we have a capacity factor of 15%. So that is the most pessimistic scenario in our presentation, that we only have peak output at 15% of the time. And if you can multiply that so that you can relate with the PSH, that will be a PSH of 3 point something. It will not have gotten to 15%. What will happen to 18, which is sort of an ideal and a global average, and what will happen with a 20% capacity factor? In this case, I've considered it to be the most optimistic in this scenario. And you can see that as you increase the capacity, the LCOE decreases, or the cost becomes cheaper of generating a kilowatt hour over a lifetime. And of course, also as you increase the capacity factor, that is, you have more energy over a lifetime of the project, and therefore it becomes cheaper to generate per kilowatt energy. So that is one of the sensitivity that we did. And then next we looked at what will happen now if we vary the sizes. And of course, the reason why we varied the sizes to also take advantage of the economies of scale. It might be more expensive to install a smaller system than a larger system for what I've mentioned, that the economies of scale. And you can see that at different discount rates and at different sizes, as the discount rate was increased, the discount rate, as it increases, of course, it means that the cost of capital increased. And therefore, the system will become more expensive. As we consider the lowest discount rate of about 7%, which was also, in this case, a very optimistic scenario, a 10% scenario, and also a 15% scenario, which is scenario one can incur. So from this scenario, we are looking at different capacities as well. And you can see that the capacities are starting from about, not 0, from about 20. Yeah, that's 20 actually. The 20 was the lowest. And the largest we considered, of course, is the 100 kilowatt, which is the cap that we have in net metering. And the cost, that means that then the lowest capacity is what will have the highest cost. So the lowest capacity at the highest discount rate will have the highest cost of investment. So that is the most pessimistic scenario that we have looked at here. So then we went ahead and tried to look at what could be then the optimal credit for this person who has installed the least and operating at the worst possible discount rate. So we looked at a 20 kilowatt system, a discount rate of 15%, and of course the capacity factor, we used the normal average of 18%. And from the previous curve, you can see that we are operating at the gray curve, the topmost curve, and we are at the left, that is the far left of that curve, and that one is giving us about 0.103 or about 10.3 US cents per kilowatt hour. So we converted that to Kenyan shillings. We got it, of course, 11.34 or thereabouts. So for the purposes of trying to estimate, because this means therefore that it will cost about 11 shillings, 0.34, for someone to generate the lowest of the system in a lifetime. That means that we have considered that this is the worst that someone will incur to generate one unit. So what if this 1 unit is fed to the grid at a time whereby this person is not consuming it, and of course get it back at a later time whereby it doesn't have enough generation? So we were trying to look at then what are we going to base this, what are we going to compare this 11 shillings with? So if this person does not have any credit in the system, that is with the off-taker, it means that whatever unit that is going to consume, he will pay for it. So how much is it going to pay? So we estimated that the tariffs that this person is going to be charged is about 20 shillings. That is, we estimated it from the C&I 1 tariff. Remember, majority of, from the my earlier presentation, this is where the majority of the consumers that we talked to lie. Of course, CI2 was the majority, but CI2, I mentioned that majority of them already have exceeded the peak, or the peak demand is much more than the 1 megawatt. So we thought of using the CI2, who are also CI1, who are also very close in terms of having installed the solar PV systems. So therefore, if you are incurring 11 shillings to generate 1 megawatt, 11.34, you could have paid 20 shillings if you are getting 1 unit from Kenya Power. But Kenya Power, or rather the off-taker, already has your credit. So what could be the best route? The best route so that the prosumer is catered for, that is paid for what, or whatever that he incurred to generate that 1 unit, is catered for in the credit that this person is getting. At the same time, the off-taker, who also supplies the same prosumer at a period when this person is not generating, he is supplying it at this cost. And because the off-taker, of course, has so many other costs that we cannot quantify, we saw it well that he can also get value for that. That this guy could have paid this, but I have his unit. So at what credit should I give it? Or should there be, I think the director mentioned a marriage in the morning, what is the best level of engagement? So then we did a direct division of the two, and we arrived at about 0.567. And now we propose from that we can have a credit of 0.6. That is, you have generated 1 unit, you have given it to the off-taker. So that will count as 0.6 of a unit when you are going to consume from the off-taker. So that is where we arrived at. So we also looked at what are the impacts of net metering to the society. Of course, that means everybody that is involved in this business or in this framework. That is from the person generating and feeding. From also we looked at what is the impact to the off-taker and what is the impact in the economy in general, social, environmental, and economic. So in terms of financial or economic value to the prosumer first, we realize that the prosumer is going to benefit because of reduced investment in storage. Because this excess generation that is feeding to the grid, you either dump that or you store that. If you want to store, then you have to incur some costs. But now these costs have been taken away, and now it is being stored at the grid. So to the off-taker, even from the analysis that we have done, you have seen that there is a reduction in losses. And the other time I checked that the off-taker, or in our case, Kenya Power, they are incurring a lot in terms of technical losses. So if you can be able to reduce the technical losses in the system by having this distributed generation in terms of net metering framework, therefore, the distribution license is also gaining by having less losses, and of course, the revenues that are lost annually because of the technical losses are also going to reduce. They might not go to zero, but of course they'll reduce, and that is a good saving. So to the economy at large, as we increase this, as we engage into the framework, we are going to have more sale and maybe more installation of these systems into the grid. And of course, these systems are going to be purchased from people who are selling, and they're going to be installed by some of the stakeholders here. And of course, that is an increased revenue stream. It's going to create some employment. It's also going to increase the revenue source for the government in terms of a tax collection, because more income means more taxes. So we also looked at the environmental and social impacts. What do we expect to be the environmental and social impact of this? So we are going to have some reduction in the reliance on fossil fuel powered generations, because we are going to have more of this renewable energy encouraged, and this of course will reduce the amount of fossil fuels in the system. And with this, we have said that with net metering, we are going to make, of course, the renewable energy more attractive, because that is what is captured as the scope of the technologies that are going to be considered for net metering. And we're going to have more investment, more employment, as also said previously, because we're going to have more installation of these projects. There'll be also more business opportunities for importation, for sale, or even for manufacturing of these renewable energy technologies. And of course, this will improve the livelihoods of people and so forth. So also as an environmental impact, we are going to reduce respiratory diseases due to pollution, because pollution which is brought about by having fossil fuels as generators into the system, now we're going to have more renewables, and of course that is a direct consequence. We are going to reduce this. So as I summarize, we had some recommendations, though not all of them have been captured in this slide. All of them will be captured in the draft regulation reviews that we are going to present next. But there are some takeaways from my presentation right away. One of them is that for us to ensure that the connection of these systems do not violate the grid, because the grid operator does not want these systems to come and of course make his system more difficult to control. Of course, maybe make the system more prone to blackouts, because now the system is less secure than it was before the installation of this. So a recommendation is that before you engage the off-taker in terms of net metering, at the point of connection, it's good that you do a comprehensive power flow, just like what we presented that we did, and we depicted that there is no impact, or there is no negative impact in terms of the line loading. Because there is a scenario I said that if you have a feeder, power can flow in any direction. But when the off-taker installed the line, he expected that he is going to feed this person, A, B, and C, in terms of a load. That is power flow in one direction. So he sized that system so that it can be able to supply the consumers. But now the consumers have become prosumers, and we're not limiting how many people can feed into that system. So as more and more people feed, if we allowed prosumer A today, there could be prosumer B planning to do the same or to install in the same feeder. So if prosumer A installed yesterday, so the other person who is going to install in that feeder must do a proper power flow study, including the prosumer that connected the other day, so that you can be able to ascertain if still inclusion of your system will not or is going to affect the grid code requirements. That in terms of mainly the operating limits. And in this case, the main factor that we are going to look at, or that it's going to be looked at, is the line loading. That you are not going to overload the line, and of course also the voltages are going to still remain within the same allowable margins throughout the system or throughout the operation time. So that is one recommendation, a very good one. Another one is for us to be able to roll out this framework, we need to know, we need to meter the energy that is going to the grid from the prosumer, and also the energy that is coming from the off-taker to the prosumer. So in this particular scenario, we also need to get other functions, like, for example, if maybe someone wants to know at what particular time was this person feeding, at what particular time was this person consuming. So that is in scenarios whereby probably we can imagine a scenario whereby you're going to be billed differently depending on the time that you are consuming the energy. But for this particular case, we don't have that scenario in Kenya. But we're not saying that it cannot happen. It might happen. So in this case, we are proposing that we use, for this framework, we allow use of bidirectional meters, which are smart. And I think they are not very hard to come by. I think even the off-taker nowadays is talking about smart meters. They are easier to work with than the traditional meters that are in the system. So there are scenarios there whereby you find that we have a consumer that has different metering points. That happens. So what will happen in that scenario? You might not say that
Yep. Good. I think we can proceed.
Okay. Yes, I'm back. Sorry for that technical hitch. So, as I was explaining, there are scenarios whereby you have a customer that is connected by the off-taker, but this customer has different load centers, and these load centers have different meters, or they have meters at that particular point. So when this person is engaging in net metering, we are not going to consider one of the meters alone. So here we are recommending that at the end of the billing period, we do the load aggregation from all these meters. So all the meters should be aggregated before the net metering framework is applied at the end of the billing period. So finally, you have already seen that we are back, but you're not going to get all of it because of reasons that have been explained previously, but you're going to get a 0.6 credit of every unit that you fed into the grid. So these few recommendations, that's not all the recommendations that we made. There are many other recommendations that we've made in the report, and of course, we're going to present them also in terms of the proposed regulations. So for the purposes of presenting the proposed regulations, because of the legal terms and jargon that involved, I'm an engineer by design. I might not be the right person to present that, but luckily we have a legal expert in our team, and I'll hand over to our legal expert so that she can take us through the remaining part of the session. Thank you, and I'll see you during the questions.
As she sets up, just ask your neighbor, what did you hear from the doctor? I've seen people sleeping. Was it so boring, very technical, very simple? Huh? What did you hear? I'm not seeing people talking to their neighbors. What did you pick? And what question do you intend to ask? I'm trying to do this because I want to avoid one thing. The reason why I want you to talk to your neighbor now is because once the regulations are presented, people tend to focus on that much and forget all the other parts. You know, we have had an hour, someone presenting, and then you don't ask them any question. That will not be fair. So make sure your question is captured. Are we okay? And then number two, we wanted to recognize one more person who has come in. I think Engineer Fidelis. Engineer Fidelis works with he's a member of, he doesn't work with, he's a member of the Energy Tribunal. So you can imagine how serious this regulation is being undertaken or considered by even the members of the tribunal. Today we have two, Engineer Buge Wasioya, who was our colleague years back, and Engineer Fidelis. We recognize you and appreciate that you came in. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, online stakeholders. Thank you, Engineer Roy. So I proceed from where you left off. My presentation will largely focus on the legal and regulatory aspects of the study, which are found in two different chapters of the report. With regards to what we were looking at when we were looking at the legal and regulatory aspects, we had three main objectives. One, we were conducting a desk review of the net metering practices in select countries, and those were introduced by Dr. Karen early on. Then we also looked at the lawmaking power of the authority to actually make these regulations. Where does IPRA get the power to make net metering regulations? And then lastly, we reviewed the draft that was provided by IPRA of 2020, and the proposed draft captured that in the report. So this is just a summary. With regards to the legislative framework, for example, we found that most of the countries under review had enacted some form of framework targeting to promote the update of renewable energy technologies and promoting renewable energy generally in their countries. And net metering was falling under that rationale or that objective at country level. There were two instances where you'd find either a jurisdiction has an elaborate codified system of net metering rules or regulations. Alternatively, you'd find it was more of guidelines that are. So we
So, good, we're back. Good. So,
Let's just wait for the presentation. So I was saying we found that there were countries that already had rules. For example, Tanzania made some rules on net metering in 2018. Then there were countries that operated on the basis of guidelines. For example, Malaysia has guidelines that are quite recent that deal with net metering. So on eligibility, the eligible consumers who could participate in the net metering programs differed from one jurisdiction to another. You'd find they would range from domestic, commercial, industrial, institutional, and even government premises. So you'd find, for example, the US is quite, in the state of California is quite clear on the Army, the US Army as a government entity participating. And in others, you'd find categorization of the different domestic consumers who could participate. What was unanimous in all the jurisdictions was that all had to adhere to either the set guidelines or the legal framework. With regards to renewable energy sources, again, most of the energy sources were largely renewable. I know there was a question on fossil fuel in the morning. From our benchmarking, largely renewable, with the aim to push the promotion of renewable energies. Malaysia was the only country that only provided for solar PV or solar technologies, and then Stellenbosch differed from the others. That's in South Africa because it also included cogeneration. What we noticed was the choice was largely influenced by the resource available in that particular jurisdiction. On power generation capacity, again, countries were different. There were some that set out the capacity based on the category of consumer. Malaysia categorized government agencies, providing that they could only participate if their capacity was not more than 1 megawatt. And for domestic consumers, there was categorization as depending on whether they were single phase, 3-phase consumers. In Sri Lanka, it was quite interesting. There was no set capacity. However, the regulations mentioned that the capacity of the generating facility should not exceed the allocated capacity set out in the electricity agreement. So that was basically left between the parties in the net metering arrangement to agree. New Delhi also had its own categorization, with the capacity being dependent on the available service line capacity and the consumer sanctioned load. With regards to net metering agreements, we've been told that this is like a marriage, and so there has to be some form of contracting between the parties. Most of the jurisdictions required that agreement. Some of them had a standard form of agreement. For example, Malaysia had an agreement that was annexed to the guidelines, and you'll see in our regulations, we also have a form of the net metering agreement. Other jurisdictions did not have, and it was subject to what the parties decided or decide on. What was interesting about Malaysia is that their contract expires after 10 years, and after those 10 years, that net metering arrangement no longer exists and no more energy export is allowed. And that's set out in their guidelines. With regards to metering, what came out was that for most of the studies, a bidirectional meter is required, smart meters. But what we found was New Delhi was an exception in that they also accepted 2 meters, so as opposed to a bidirectional meter. Then with regards to cost of the meter and the installation, this was in most cases borne by the prosumer, except for Tanzania, where the ownership of the meter is owned by the utility. In most of the cases, the meters are provided by the distribution licensee or the retailer, but are paid for by the prosumer. And then in the case of Malaysia, the regulator approves the cost of the meter. So the consumer has that sort of protection where the regulator would look at how much they are being charged for that meter. On costs and tariffs, what came out quite strongly was that the countries under review allowed compensation of surplus energy through either offsetting the energy or the bill. In most of the jurisdictions, the energy surplus generated by consumers is injected in the grid in exchange for electricity credits measured in kilowatt hours. And then these are later used to reduce the electricity expenses. One of the countries was Ghana, where a prosumer receives a credit of 1 kilowatt hour for every kilowatt hour exported. But you find in other jurisdictions, the credit received is a fraction of what is actually exported. And the Tanzania rules provide for this allowance of using a fraction. Then also there were differences in how the consumer bill is collected, computed. So for example, you'll find that in Malaysia, the cost of imported energy is based on the prevailing gazetted energy rate, and it also attracts some taxes and pass-through charges. In other countries, such as New Delhi, Bangladesh, the customer pays for the net consumption as per the applicable tariff. Then we also found that in some jurisdictions, the consumer must pay the demand charge and other fixed charges, even where there is net energy export. So there were those fixed charges that must be paid regardless of whether you have been a net exporter. So with regards to the treatment of net exporters, there was this issue of energy credits and whether they can be rolled over. Most if not all of the jurisdictions allowed rolling over of the credits, but the duration varied. For most of them, the rollover is for 1 year, but Tanzania allowed a rollover of 3 years. Sri Lanka was on the extreme of allowing the rollover for the life of the supply of the contract. Then with regards to what happens when one is a net exporter, what we found is that there are instances where the utility will pay the prosumer for the net exported energy. And this was like in the case of Bangladesh. So we have been saying that there's no exchange of money, for example, in the Kenyan context, but there are jurisdictions where that payment is allowed. And in the case of Bangladesh, this is done at the end of every financial year, and a net exporting prosumer will be paid by the utility for the net exported amount at bulk purchase rate, at the electricity bulk purchase rate. With regards to incentives for these net metering arrangements, one of the things we noticed that was coming out as an incentive is that compensation for the surplus energy was an incentive, and it maybe ties to that idea of business that was coming up in the morning, where there would actually be financial compensation. There are other non-monetary incentives that were being used in the different jurisdictions we looked at. One of them is exempting self-generating facilities from the bureaucratic licensing and registration requirements. This was in Stellenbosch in South Africa. Then the issue of carbon credits, where the ownership of carbon credits in that net metering arrangement is vested in the prosumer explicitly. So there's no lack of clarity on who arrangement, and the distribution licensee does not have a claim because it's clear in the regulation. This was in the case of California, for example. So in terms of novel concepts, and they might not be novel to all of us, but they're novel in the sense that they were not across the board for all the jurisdictions. They were very rare instances where we saw this. In Malaysia, for example, the issue of succession was arising, where their framework allows a new owner to continue with the net metering program, where a prosumer sells his premises or her premises, and there is a net metering installed there. So that succession was not common, but it was in Malaysia. And the benefit of this is that it was giving flexibility for one to change their premises, and where the renewable energy technology is sort of immobile, they are able to pass on or be succeeded by another person and probably get some compensation for that. In California, there was load aggregation, where the framework has extended net metering to prosumers with multiple meters within the same premises. So for example, if you're in apartment blocks, and this was also encouraging residential and commercial developers to include net metering in large-scale developments, and was coming out as an incentive for this. And that is what we observed from the comparative review, and we tried to use that knowledge to amend or give comments to the draft regulations, as you'll see in the third part when I discuss that. For now, I move to our second objective, which was to check whether we have the power to do this, and not we, but the authority has the power. And the reason for that is to just make sure that while the content of the regulations is sound, they have to be also procedurally sound, so that the content may be good, but then they could be quashed for one reason or another due to lack of that power. We found the Constitution grants the authority regulation making power, because it grants an entity such as IPRA, where it is or the Cabinet Secretary, where they are conferred authority by a legislation to make such power. And the legislation is the Energy Act 2019. As you'll see on my screen, net metering is authorized explicitly under Section 162 and its subsections. The three things that come out about Section 162 that are very clear are that, for one, for a consumer to qualify for net metering, there are three things that must apply. The capacity is already set at 1 megawatt. So for the regulations, we could not move beyond that. There must be an agreement, which comes after an application is made by the consumer to the distribution licensee. That must be there in the regulations. And lastly, location. The consumer must be located in the area of supply of the distribution licensee or the retailer. And then 162.2 is quite important, because it provides that a distribution licensee or retailer must, upon application, make available any net metering service to any consumer that the licensee serves. So it seems that that non-discrimination element is already been brought out in this regulation, where the distribution licensee is required to make provision for that service, and it is also reflected in the regulations that we propose. And then 162.3 is also very important, because it defines net metering. And this definition is what I think Engineer Eustace was talking about when he said the definition already says that it must be renewable energy generator. The question about fossil fuels. That net metering, as per the Act, refers to a renewable energy generator, and for a system that can operate in parallel, and where electric energy is either being supplied by the distribution licensee or retailer to a consumer, or vice versa, a consumer to a distribution licensee or retailer. And then lastly, Section 208 of the Act then grants general powers to the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations, and that is where the energy net metering regulations derive their authority. So then we go to looking at now, what are these regulations and what are they saying? And what is important for us today is a summary. The full regulations are in the report. So for these purposes, I will just do an overview of the salient features of the 2022 regulations that are now proposed for your comment. So when we look at the draft 2022 regulations, the first thing is that the application is set out quite clearly. It fulfills the Act, capacity for a renewable energy generator must not exceed 1 megawatt. The generator must be installed primarily for self-consumption. That means that it should not be installed for further sale of the power or the energy, but it should be for own consumption. And then there's the entry into a net metering agreement. And this must be in the consumer's area of supply. In our regulations, all the renewable energy technologies are eligible for net metering, and also all residential, commercial, and industrial customers are eligible to be prosumers under the net metering agreement, provided they fulfill the requirements of the regulations. With regards to generation capacity limits, this is set out in Regulation 6, and it's one of the important issues to note is that the on-site installed capacity for a renewable energy system to participate in net metering in Kenya will be for a prosumer who does not exceed 1,000 kilowatts or 1 megawatt, which is fulfilling the Act. But we've also added that this shall be capped at the maximum load demand in kilowatts of the 12 months preceding application for net metering. So there will be that historical review by the distribution licensee prior to the entry into a net metering agreement. Then the issue of this net metering program being a phased program comes out because the maximum aggregate will be for 100 megawatts for the first phase of the net metering program. So the phase 1 is 3 years from the date of entry into force of the regulations. So where one fulfills this Regulation 6 requirements, they can then move to Regulation 7 and apply to enter into a net metering agreement. The net metering agreement, when you make your application to your distribution licensee, there's a timeline within which they must respond. So the determination of the application will be made within 60 days, and it should be on a non-discriminatory basis. And once you get an approval, you can't assign your approval to another entity. So that approval is personal. And once that approval has been granted, you then move to the signing or the execution of the net metering arrangement. So you have now signed your net metering agreement. You also need, as a prosumer, to be aware of the installation, grid interconnection, and maintenance and operation requirements. These are highlighted in Regulation 9. The main points, it's quite a long, it's a long section with details. So in summary, the main things that arise are that the installation, interconnection, maintenance, and operations should only be performed by competent personnel. These must be approved by the licensee. The equipment must fulfill the Kenya standard and the Kenya Electricity Grid Code. With regards to the meter to be used, it must have time of use metering. It should not be prepaid. It should be Kenya Bureau of Standards approved, and it should be bidirectional. With regards to the costs of who bears the installation, interconnection, setup costs, the regulations make it clear that it is the prosumer. At the time of installation, the licensee is entitled to witness the installation and the testing. The regulations, however, provide that if the licensee is given 7 days, has been given notice of the installation and testing, and has not come to see or to view within 7 days, it shall be deemed that he has viewed the testing and installation. So the onus is on the distribution licensee or retailer to ensure that they actually go for that testing and installation. Then once you have installed your equipment, any replacements or modifications have to be approved by the licensee because the licensee is deemed to have witnessed your first installation. On costs and tariffs and billing, this is provided for under Regulation 10. The important things that to note are that the rates or the billing must be at a non-discriminatory rate. So this means that it has to be identical with respect to rate structure, retail rate components, and any monthly charges to rates approved by the authority for the applicable tariff control period. So there are no special rates, but because of the principle of non-discrimination. Then the prosumer is to pay the licensee's interconnection costs associated with their installation. And I think I said that it still comes up in Regulation 9. Under Regulation 10, which still deals with the costs and tariffs, prosumers are compensated for electrical energy supplied to the licensee with a credit. So the issue of electrical credits that Engineer Orenge mentioned. And this is for each unit exported in a billing period. What we propose in the regulations is that each unit exported grants a prosumer a net metering credit of 50% of the exported unit. So there is it's a fractional crediting. With regards to costs, tariffs, and billings, the issue of how do we deal with these credits arises. And before that, for one, the prosumer is also billed for per month for any non-variable charges. With regards to computation, the computation framework is set out in the regulations, and then how credits are dealt with is also set out. So credits can be carried forward, and they are to the next billing period. However, this is only for 1 year. The forfeiting of credits is required where at the end of the licensee's financial year, there are unused credits, the prosumer will have to forfeit those credits. Also, where a consumer vacates premises and terminates the net metering arrangement, the credits will be forfeited. Now, what happens when there's downtime? The regulations provide that the licensee will not be liable for network downtime as a result of faults, and the prosumer will not be compensated for any deemed generation at that time. And then lastly, the prosumer has a responsibility to ensure that the licensee has access to their property for purposes of maintaining and reading the meter. The issue of monitoring and control is set out in Regulation 11, and Dr. Karen talked about its importance. And it is manifested by the fact that the licensee has to develop and maintain a register on their website of net metering customers in their area of supply. And this register has to be continuously updated. And they have the responsibility to, every 15th day of each 4th month, submit the report to the authority. And then the licensee also has a responsibility to annually report on the progress of implementation of the net metering systems. And I think this monitoring and control also helps with the issue of knowing whether the phase 1 threshold has been reached, the 100 megawatts, as well as giving the authority the requisite data to know how the net metering program is going on. Regulation 12 deals with carbon credits, and it vests the ownership of any carbon credits to the prosumer unless otherwise specified in any other law of Kenya. So this means if there is another law that supersedes these regulations that comes up vesting the credits in the government, perhaps to comply with the Paris Agreement requirements under Article 6, then the credits would move, but for now they vest to the consumer. Compliance and compliance has to be done with the technical, legal, and regulatory requirements of all other laws in Kenya, and that's set out. And then Regulation 14 deals with penalties, and the penalties are, we cross-reference the Energy Act, Section 168. For example, the point I made about tampering with the meter or installing other equipment would fall under Section 168, which does not allow the unauthorized use of apparatus belonging to the licensee without consent, and there's a fine of 1 million or imprisonment for imprisonment for 1 year. So that would also be applicable. And then lastly, disputes and appeals are set out. You first have recourse to the authority, which is IPRA, and then you move to the tribunal. And this would be disputes between the prosumer and the licensee, which are likely to arise, given it is a marriage. And then lastly, the schedules in the regulations are not many, they are few. They are only 4. They deal with a template of the net metering application form, the net metering system agreement, the register of the net metered consumers, and the form of the annual report to the authority. So the last 2 are templates for the use of the distribution licensee. The first one is a form for the use of the prosumer, and the second one is for the use of both parties, which is the net metering system agreement. And with that is the lay of the land as far as the regulations are concerned. I welcome, I think, Engineer Nixon.
Thank you, Clarice, and Dr. Orenge for the detailed presentation. Are we still awake? The interesting thing when Dr. Orenge was making the presentation, I didn't see anyone even raising their hand online. But when Clarice has been making the presentation, I've been seeing online people raising their hands, posting questions. Why is it that we are very keen on the regulation and not on the report? So I think we'll open up the plenary session. I don't want to take much time, but then I would want us to agree. I was checking my time and I realized we are at 12:40. So 12:40, we have lunch after the session. We also have questions and concerns to respond to as to how long one person can ask a question. We had that challenge yesterday, so that we give as many people as possible an opportunity to give feedback. So 2 minutes per person or 1 minute? 1. So immediately we hit 1 minute. Hasid is my timekeeper. We will shut your mic. So kindly plan yourself. We don't want to embarrass you, and we also want to get your feedback so that as many people as possible are able to talk. That's number 1. So 1 minute for the question, 1 minute for the response. And also I've seen some comment about KPLC online. KPLC is not our enemy, right? How many people here don't rely on electricity from KPLC? So we should make considered views in form of we are in this sector together. You can't do your net metering without KPLC. So I don't want those comments where it's like we are attacking one another. As I said in the opening remarks, we are, or even the direct electricity didn't mention, should be a symbiotic relationship. So how do we make this relationship between KPLC and prosumers? I also want to be a prosumer. So that's why I should have this regulation gazetted. Work for all of us. So I also wanted to mention that before we start. So we'll start here. The people within the room, we'll give 3 people within the room to make their comments or ask their questions, and also proposals, and then we give 2 online. We answer the 5, then we go to the next lot. So Chacha.
Okay, my question is the definition of prosumers. It's not clear to me whether that will include public institutions as well. For example, schools, hospitals who may be having excess power on their sites. The other question is how have utilities in the other jurisdictions handled the impact of reduced revenues on their ability to recover costs incurred in the distribution network? as well as the administration costs. I want to imagine that there may be efforts to compensate that, and does that affect the tariffs that the other consumers get?
You say your name, sorry.
Rose Chemiat from Power Africa Off-Grid Project.
My name is David Lumatete from Central Electricals. From the legal desk's presentation, we have been told that the licensee will have the onus of liaising between the installation, actually the technical section. But currently, most of the installers have been working with EPRA directly, most of them actually during installation. So how does that framework work?
Thank you. My name is Geoffrey Dono from Ofgen. 3 quick questions. The first one is, I assume that existing solar plants can benefit from this regulation. Please confirm that's the case. Secondly, I'm concerned with the admin processes for actually onboarding plants to be net metered. It's well specified, but I'm concerned that, for example, Kenya Power, I'm not talking ill of Kenya Power, but even now applying for a new meter or a new connection takes time. This is now adding more work to Kenya Power. How do we ensure that we don't have delays when you want to get your plant online? And then also, in terms of signing the agreement, it needs to be specified who in Kenya Power can sign. So I see some form of discussion is required in there. Last one is, if there's a new customer who's putting up a new factory, there is no history of power bills, how do you estimate their maximum demand? What's the guidance there? Because possibly they want to put a solar plant together with a new factory and they want to net metered. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eugene from Mkopa. I have a question on the locking out of the prepaid meters, given that they also give us a significant number in the market. Why are we locking them out and only going for postpaid meters? Another question, the issue of making the credits last for only 1 year, we cannot carry them forward. Why is that limitation there? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Gwara, Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. I want to emphasize also on the same question that he has asked about the locking of the prepaid meters. Consumers has a very negative memory with the postpaid meters. And it is like, this is looking like reincarnation of the postpaid meters. Really, if there is a way you can avoid that, probably you can help us. Number 2, the justification of giving back the prosumer 50% based on the comparative analysis, we have not seen really that point being established based on the research, because the other jurisdictions, they are giving 1 kilowatt for 1 kilowatt. So can that be really be made clear, because we'd want the maximum result of what the prosumer is producing. Lastly, are the net meters designed in a way that the prosumer can be in a position to real-time check on the amount of energy is pumping into the grid, so that he can be able to manage his input? Thank you.
Do we respond to those ones so that we take the next lot? Please, let's respond. You know, we might take so many and then we fail to capture all of them. So I don't know from J. Quartes which ones you want to take first, then we can come in.
I think some of them belong to you. Like, well, let me address what I can, then you come in. So Rose would like to know the definition of the prosumers. I think that was all consumers in Kenya. So much as we don't mention the institutions, the categorization of residential, commercial, industrial, that covers everyone. So it's not per se that your operations, the definitions, so everyone is included. Then in terms of reduced revenue handling in other jurisdictions, that would have been the feasibility study done prior to net metering. What we were looking at was what regulations, what framework is there in place, and how are they handling the net metering. So by the time they arrived at that, there must have been considerations that were made. Then I think there's something I did not quite understand from David about connection of the installation. Please rephrase that, David, if you don't mind.
Based on what I heard from legal, the owners actually licensing and most of the management of the technical bit, say for the installers, will be falling with, for example, Kenya Power. Most of these installers have been getting licenses directly from EPRA. So how will that work? Because in my opinion, it will be much easier to get most of those licensing and everything directly from EPRA.
So I think Dr. will answer that, so you can go to the next one.
Okay, licensing is not part of this. The next one from Rono, in terms of handling the existing captive generation, I think you handle that, yeah? The delays as well. I think the regulator knows better how to handle such things as delays. And the new prosumer. I think it's well, he's not exactly talking about the new prosumer, he's talking about a new consumer.
A new consumer.
Yes, who has no history.
So maybe we could start with that. For the regulation, what we have provided for is, once you set up a factory or a hotel, you need to operate for 1 year. Because one thing that I think did not come out in the presentation, we have a maximum cap of 1 megawatt and a cap based on your maximum consumption for the previous year. Because as we, I think, discussed in the morning, allow me to use that, it's not business with KPLC, it's making the prosumer more viable. So in this case, we are basing the installed capacity on your overall consumption. So for us to know your overall consumption, you have to then operate for a period of 1 year. So for us to be able to get that. In terms of delay with the KPLC, in the draft, I think Clarice did mention that. We have given a proposal in the form of timelines KPLC is supposed to comply with. That is also envisioned in the Act, because the Act says, as Clarice mentioned, that it should be non-discriminative. And then, of course, in the Act, the current Act, everyone is given timelines, even me. I'm sure Lumatete is talking about applying to EPRA because I keep my timelines in the Act. And I know KPLC is able to take it up. If we have challenges at that time, we'll be able to pick it at that point. But we should, at the current state, we can't speculate that there will be challenges. We expect that KPLC will come up with procedures on how to handle the net metering applications, because it's not part of the service they offer now, once that has been established. But maybe I will allow someone from KPLC at some point to talk and also defend himself in form of the timelines. Maybe they keep the timelines and Ron applied to the wrong customer. On the question of course, we have answered the history. We have said it will be based on the 1 year. Issues of meters, I think it's a discussion we even had during tea break. He made a comment. He wants the meter to be transparent, right? That the customer is able to see the consumption real time. He asked a question why we are not allowing the prepaid meters. So you see the 2 points are not talking to each other, because prepaid, unless you query, is there query functionality for prepaid? I haven't done that. It's a black box. That's what I usually consider it from a utility perspective. Once I buy the tokens, are you able to know how much I've consumed today? It's not possible for the customer to know real time, right? So that's why we are proposing to use the smart meters. Because the smart meters, KPLC is able to see what you are doing real time, and then you are also able to see what you are ejecting and drawing from the grid real time. I think from the assessment, we were talking about a cost of 20,000 shillings for the smart meter. So if you are doing a system of 4 million, to make it more attractive, 20,000 is not much money for you to invest so that you're able to monitor your real-time consumption. So we are not discriminating against the prepaid customers. There are reasons why we are trying to move away from that. And I will also bring in another perspective in the form of the way our system is configured. I know KPLC is doing so much to digitalize our network, give us smart meters for the large and medium consumers, but it's still a black box to them. To this extent, KPLC knows what they get from the generators. KenGen, IPPs, they know. Real time, national control, they're able to know. They're able to know what they are carrying in the transmission network. I'm not sure if they are able to know what Bukachi is consuming now in his house. So to that extent, it's a black box. So they rely on the overall. They just see things happening. In fact, when we're talking about net metering, the national control people are saying at times they see things happening, they associate it with the PV that has been installed on facilities, but they can't really know that that's one of the factors that is affecting them. So
in progress.
For modern, I don't know why they're recording me. For modern systems or modern networks, then we have to talk about smart metering or smart meters. Even now, I know we are talking about prepaid because, of course, customers are able to regulate what they consume by buying kidogo kidogo. Personally, I don't like it because if I'm broke today, I don't have electricity tomorrow, or I don't have electricity today unless I go to COPA, which is also coming at an interest. So, and I know I can be able to pay at the end of the month. So I would prefer the postpaid, provided the meter is read and all those details. So the meters, I think for continuity, even from a regulatory perspective, would really recommend that we move towards smart meters. If Kenya Power was able to put a smart meter in my house, I will also be very happy. So I don't think we should be thinking about prepaid meters for this framework. It will make it complicated, even to solve conflicts between the two parties, if there will be any at that time. Justification for the 50%, I don't know if Dr. you want to add something? Why you said 50% in the 60% in the, and also we noted there's a contradiction. The regulation is talking about 50 and the presentation was talking about 60. And someone was online was asking why we are using the worst case scenario. I think I would reply to that quickly. You use the worst. You don't use the best. If I use the best, maybe you should be getting a credit of 20%. I don't know if you will want that. So the reason why we're using the worst is to simulate the worst benefit that you are able to get from the network. But then the 50, 60, you should be able to clarify. Doctor, you can say something on that. I don't know if you have the mic.
I think for clarity purposes, for clarification, the computation we arrived at 60, and in the regulation it should be 60%, not 50%. That was a typing error.
Okay. There's a question on 1 year validity. 1 year validity, we are looking at the operating cycle of the power plant to be 1 year. and the operating cycle of the factory to be 1 year. So we are looking at cold seasons, hot seasons. Do we have winter in Kenya? I think we are in winter, but there is sun today. Maybe we should have had the workshop for solar water heating today and net metering yesterday. But basically what we are saying is we want to make sure that we take into account all seasons. We know in January there's a lot of sun in Kenya. You might overgenerate. So we want you to store that and use it in June, July, when we don't have sufficient sun. But if we take it to the next year, it means KPLC or the distribution licensee, be it a mini grid operator, have to take that as a liability in their accounts, which is also another problem to do harmonization. So what we want is we try as much as possible to size our systems to meet our needs. And when we have access, we store on the grid, which we can use during off-peak or during low seasons. So that's the main reason. Maybe I'm not sure if it's very clear, but I think we'll clarify that as we move forward. A question we have left out? No. Oh, the licensing. I think I already responded because I told him we do the licensing. It's fixed in law. I'll have to do it in 60 days. In the regulations, we have No. I think he meant if you are doing a grid tie system, you'll get a license from us. If you are doing you want to become a contractor, you'll get a license from us. He is not happy that we are sending him to the distribution licensee. So we should have a one-stop shop where we receive the applications for net metering, the applications for the licenses. But of course, I don't want to become a grid operator. That's not my strength. KPLC has a strength in operating the grid, so doing the simulations that were presented by Daktari, and we better rely on that. And the good thing is, when there is a conflict or a misunderstanding, the regulator will come in. If you'll not be happy with the regulator for that case, then we'll go to the Energy Tribunal. So we have a mechanism of handling delays, conflicts that might arise from that process. So we take the next round of questions.
I'm here.
I think also legally it can't work because the net metering arrangement is the marriage between the prosumer and the distribution licensee. So you can't take your application to a party who's not a party to the contract that you'll eventually be signing. So you have to approach the party to the contract and liaise with them and engage with them. So from a legal point, that's why.
So we take 2 questions online, then we pick the next lot of questions from the room. I know that we have more participants online than we have here. So ideally they should ask more questions. You are ready? Okay, there's one more question. So maybe as I go through the question, the mic could be going around.
Good afternoon. I'm Gideon from Nirav Agencies. I have 3 questions. One is on the charges. In the proposed act, there was a mention of charges other than some charges to do with maintenance and operation paid to the grid operator. It was not clear. Then the second one is the net metering appliance. Who owns it? Is it the prosumer or the grid operator? Then lastly, on change of ownership, I think it will get complicated when we get to residential owners. In the act, there was a mention of there is no change of ownership, but for residential specifically, people may opt to sell their residence and such. So what will happen on the change of ownership of the net metering license? Thank you.
My name is Louise Mathu from Janice Consulting. I have 3 brief questions. The first question is with regard to Regulation 2 that talks about application. And it reads, these regulations shall apply to a consumer who owns a renewable energy generator. So a lot of these CNI customers actually don't own these systems. They are actually on a long-term lease, after which period of time, whether it's 10 years or 15 years, they will own. So my question is on the template agreement that's provided. It says that the agreement is to last for a term of 10 years. Is that the intention? Or is that a typing error? Is the intention really to limit the term to 10 years? And the agreement itself, is it a template or can it be modified perhaps based on changes that may take place or requirements of the various prosumers? Thank you.
My name is Alphonse from Climacento. I have 3 simple questions. One of the questions is about the aggregation of the meters. You say that you can aggregate the meters together when you are getting the credits. Is the aggregation done only on the meters in the same location, or you can aggregate your meters in different locations? For example, I might be the prosumer. I have an institution in Nairobi, another one in Mandera, and another one in probably in Kisumu. Can I aggregate all those meters together, or I have to aggregate only the ones in the same location? The second question is about the credits can be carried forward within 1 year. At the same time, can you also carry forward the bills? Because I tend to see like most of the production is done towards the end of the year. There is a lot of sun towards the end of the year. But from the start of the financial year, the season is very cold. The last question is about the agreements. I cancel with whatever you are providing me. Have you taken care of the exchequer, the taxation? The guy who comes last and then he complains. If there is no money exchange, there is no tax. Will he not complain when we start implementing these issues? Thank you.
Sorry, I am back again. Buge Wasioya from Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. Now, first I want to make a comment that, and it was my expectation that whatever comments we are making here will result into some amendment to the regulations, because I see a problem. First is that I think we need to be alive to what the Constitution says. Look at what is Article 47 about fair administrative action. This is a case where the licensee is getting this energy and selling it to other parties. Now, that energy that the licensee gets, if he didn't get it from the prosumer, they would have got it from another power producer whom they will pay. So, I mean, and a kilowatt hour is a kilowatt hour wherever it comes from. So, I think it is important that we be alive to the fact that we need to do our regulations in such a way that they are unchallengeable. Because I think if you go with it that way, I don't think it is fair. The second point I notice is I think our system, the Kenyan system, I think it is very highly renewable, maybe more than 80%. So what this is displacing is, for example, if we are then generating during the day, maybe the what we could displace would be like the hydro. Then we can hold our water in the dams so that we don't have to produce using hydro during the day when the sun is shining, if basically we are talking about solar PV. But at the same time, I think we also need to realize that there are other renewable energy sources. I'm thinking of, for example, the biogas from, let's say, slaughterhouse waste or something. And I've seen some people who are interested in going that route, you know, the KMCs and whatever. They may want to produce power from that slaughterhouse waste, which, if they don't, it is a big environmental problem on how to dispose of it. And it also gives many more advantages, like, for example, they produce electricity with it, then they produce fertilizer and so on. So in a way, we have concentrated so much on solar. There are other sources which could also have a lot of benefit, be fairly regular. But then the other thing again is, if I have exceeded the 2 minutes, you will 1 minute. I know I have. Please allow me to just.
I'm almost switching off your mic.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we need to take that into account, that there are other sources and we need to provide for them, because these rules, this regulation should be for all renewables, and we should not leave out any that you know, we know that we could be developing in the near future. So finally, when we looked at those feeders where the renewable energy plants were put, I think that experience should help us to know. For example, if it was the feeder in where GSK has their plant, what percentage of the renewable was getting into the feeder? If, for example, we were able to put in, for example, 20% of it in that system and it was okay, then maybe we really don't need to be so worried about it. In any case, if it is solar, as we said, the percentage is, I mean, the load factor is just around 20%. So the actual energy that you get out of it is not that much. It's not going to disrupt our systems. So I think as we do it, we need to get informed, because if you then look at what the article, I mean section 162 of the Energy Act is saying, it says that the licensee shall give that consumer who has a renewable energy resource, you know, opportunity to connect their plant. There is no option. So we could put things into the act that make into the regulations that that contradict the primary legislation, the Constitution and the Energy Act. So I think let me leave it there. I hope that we can amend them and make them more flexible and more usable, so that we can grow our economy better.
My name is Kennedy Omtanyi from Africa Mini Grid Developers Association. Just to follow on what Engineer Buke has talked about, I think that the regulation on credit is taking away an incentive, because you are putting it at 60%. This, I think, my thinking is that this can be improved. The other incentive you are taking away is the forfeiture at the end of the year, that no credit will be compensated to anyone who has net credits. And on the other hand, you're really protecting the licensee by saying that the net, when there's downtime, you don't compensate for the deemed production, which again we need to be incentivized. Yeah, for the prosumer. Yeah, that's what I think. This we need to address this and see if there could be some improvement in that. Thank you.
Do we answer those ones? So we take the last one from the lady. I think ladies have spoken.
Thank you. My name is Noreen Kinuduhu. I'm an energy lawyer with Triple OK Law. I just had two questions. The first question is, I note that the regulations in the study discuss quite a bit about non-violation of the grid.
but the regulations also specifically say that a prosumer will not be considered a code participant for purposes of the grid. So I do not know, of course I'm not an engineer, but I just wonder whether the technical people and the engineers see an issue there, or whether there is actually need to have a code that will regulate the net metering issues. The second one is just a legal issue with regard to disputes and appeals. I see from the regulations that disputes under these regulations will be referred to the authority for resolution. And my understanding of the Energy Act is that the authority basically deals with the resolution of disputes that are connected to license and licensing conditions. And because this, there won't be a licensee, it will just be a net metering agreement between a prosumer and a licensee. I wonder whether really the authority would have jurisdiction to deal with those issues. But also there's mention of the Energy Complaints and Dispute Resolution Regulations of 2012, which, although have not been repealed, were made pursuant to the Energy Act of 2006. And because that Energy Act no longer exists, and now there's now a tribunal, perhaps all the disputes should go directly to the tribunal. Those are my questions.
The questions are so many. Where are the answers? Okay, so we will try to respond to those ones. I will start with the one on forms of renewable energy, I think asked by Engineer Buge. You know, just to give some credence to him, he was the chair of the committee that drafted the Energy Act. So he's questioning the same act. Or using the same act to question me, which is a good thing. But it also gives us some perspective about life, that when you make laws, make good ones. but basically for the renewable energy sources, I think in the presentation it was clear. We are allowing all forms of renewable. What came out from the study is 99% of the stakeholders currently use solar. So that's why you'll see the questions being more inclined towards solar. But in the framework, we are not discriminating any form of renewable energy. So we envision that we will be able to attract people to use geothermal, to use hydro. In fact, if they used hydro and geothermal and biomass, we'll even be happier. We'll be doing away with some of the restrictions because of some of the conditions that come in due to the intermittence of wind and solar. So we are not discriminating any form of resource. Article 47, engineer had to quote the Constitution. I don't think I'm the right person to answer that, but basically there are two perspectives to it. This is the perspective, and I will use that to also answer the question on deemed generation. You are saying you want to bank your electricity on the grid so that when I don't have my resource, you use my grid. Let's start from that. Natural laws of justice. Those are natural laws of justice without even trying to quote the Constitution and the likes. So me, as the distribution licensee, have to be available all the time for you to bank on my grid. We are in agreement up to that? Once you bank, I have to be available for you to use it when you want it. So in this case, I'm your servant, if I put it in layman's words. But that's not the perspective you want to bring. This is the perspective. Of course, we know, and during the presentation we said the system losses. Yes, you gave me 1 unit for me to bank on the grid. My grid has a system loss percentage of 10%. Technical loss. Who takes that risk? Is it me or you? That's the other question. And then when you're looking at the sector, and there's someone who asked a question about revenue requirements. Sustainability of the energy sector is not sustainability of Bukachi alone or sustainability of KPLC alone. It's the sustainability of all the stakeholders or all the players in the sector. For us to have an operating electricity supply network, we have to make sure that KPLC has to meet the revenue requirements. The operator who is doing the prosumer has to meet the revenue requirements. And that's the perspective that you should be having. If you look at a study, the one that I mentioned in the morning, that was done in 2015, we were trying to quantify how much of the electricity are you displacing when you are banking on the grid, and at what cost is the utility getting that electricity, and how much is he paying for electricity at the time when you are drawing from the grid. Because in this case, you could be banking at 1, like now, and KPLC at this time, allow me to use KPLC, has a peak demand of around 1600 megawatts, if I'm not wrong. Currently, at this time, it will be between 1600 and 1700. At night, when you want to draw from the grid, they will be having a peak demand of 2053. So for them to meet the supply of 2053, they will have to activate the thermal power plants, which are relatively expensive. So you are giving them electricity when electricity is cheap, but you are taking it when it is expensive. If we don't allocate those costs, properly, it means the people who are not interested at all in net metering will be paying more in form of revenue requirements compared to the ones who are using net metering. And that will be discrimination in itself, because I'll ask myself, I'm a customer, I'm okay with KPLC, I don't care about the solar plants or the biogas plants or the geothermal plants, but I'm being punished because you have an agreement with person X for net metering. So we will look at the 60% for sure. We will continue looking at it. And I've dwelt there because in the 2013 workshop, 2014 there, it was the most discussed issue. And through that, now everyone was drawing cold feet towards the framework. So let's understand, what we want to do is, I want to put a power plant on my roof, use as much as possible. That context is very important. But then, if I have excess, I'm Strathmore University, students are at home. Instead of me closing the plant, I'm able to store and use it when the students are back. So that's the benefit that we should be really looking at. So that we remove this commercial aspect and say, after all, the utilities, the distribution licensee has not told you they are not able to meet the demand on the grid. So they have not invited you to assist them in meeting their demand requirements. So that should be very clear. And I know it's a discussion we'll have. The 60% internally will keep interrogating it, because they have given us some models which they could present here, Excel model, whatever. We try and look at those things so that we have a fair balance. And the fair balance from our end is not just for the prosumers, it's also for the utility and all the other players in the sector. Sorry, I've dwelt that on that too much. The question on application from Matthew, I think we had noted that, and I think the legal team should look at it. The application of the regulations, they should include where I come in as a third party to generate electricity on behalf of the facility. So in this case, the third party and the facility, they are tied at the hip. They cannot operate independently. If the facility dies, the third party has no business. So in that case, we have to include that. On the agreement, whether the 10 years was an error, was it an error, Clarice? I'm not sure if it was an error. But then, for the operators of PV plants, what is the payback period? For those ones who are doing C&I, PPS, those ones who just do without any cost, usually up to 10 years. That was the initial background. But then okay, so they are saying we forget about the payback period, we make it a lifetime agreement. That's a good thing, we can pick it up. Yeah, so that we don't limit. But then we don't limit the lifetime. For provided the plant is operating, then you're able to have that agreement. I don't know what you think from the team, and also I'm looking for the mic to that table. Also to one or two people to contribute on that.
I'm not sure that I'm the right person, but I think the approach that justifies that is the payback period would be a good thing to look at. Because if you're looking at, let's say, for example, solar PV. Solar PV, you could change the panels and the components. So are we saying this can go on for another 40 years, another? I think I would think from the installation, this particular installation we are talking about, if we gave it 10 years and we can renew, if this net metering arrangement is still in place, it gives us room to relook at what have we learned. Because remember, we are saying this is something very new to all of us as a country. So we need to take lessons. And that's why I had talked initially about what's the motivation as a country. We can't look at other cases, other countries, where probably they are trying to look at their renewable energy, meeting their renewable energy contribution. For us, we are saying we are at over 80% renewable energy. So I think as a business case, the 10 years, which is the payback period, acceptable payback period, I think that more or less I would be more comfortable with, rather than saying it's endless, whatever period of time.
Maybe some comments from the Eustace and then Lois. Then I think Ron wanted to say something.
I'm Eustace from MEPLA. I think we should appreciate that even in a PPA, the power plants have got their lifespan. That is one thing. The other thing is you should also appreciate that there is this issue of 60% which you are paying back, which I think is based on the cost of storage. Imagine a situation where after 10 years, the cost of storage has gone down. And at this time, you want it upgraded from 60 to 70. Because the renewal of the license will also be based also on the improvement of the grid system. So it's always good to understand those two things. Any power plant has got its own lifespan, and to allow improvement, appreciate the technology change which improves. Sometimes we are looking at the consumer and we are not looking at the advantage the consumer can get if the off-taker says the cost of storage has gone down due to improvement of technology. I think it's good to have a lifespan so that even when somebody is developing the power plant, can know I'm going to enjoy this facility over a given period, so I should use it maximally within that period.
Thank you. So one more comment. Maybe as we comment also, Eustace reminds me of one thing. We have seen several headlines in the newspapers. KPLC tied to long-term contracts. Yeah? At times long-term contracts are not very good. Even nowadays we are signing marriage contracts for 3 years. I wonder why you want to sign one for a power plant for 20 years. And also maybe to inform the stakeholders, we are also trying to develop a power market, a market ahead. So we did a power market study that we published last year, maybe in December. You can have a look, where we are looking at even people being able to transact. So does it mean in the regulations then we say if you are a net metering arrangement between yourself and the distribution licensee, then you can't participate in the power market? Because I think that's one of the situations that we have had with the IPPs who want to sell electricity directly to consumers in some cases. Because KPLC, for instance, in this case has contracted the capacity, and if you want to sell to someone else, I will ask you, are you selling something different from what you agreed with the distribution licensee? So we should also look at it from that perspective, not to, of course it's a good, I understand where you are coming from for the 20 years, but also there could be limitations, even for the person who is entering into that framework? Or do we say if you are doing net metering, you can't do power wheeling, you can't participate in power wheeling? And if that's what we'll say, will that be valid for the 20 years?
Thanks so much for the feedback on my question. I think, one, that this is such an important provision, it should not just be in the draft template agreement. If it is going to be captured, I think it should then be an actual regulation captured very clearly, because as it is, it looks like it's sort of hiding somewhere. So if it's something that's going to be captured, let it be in the regulations. That's my view. Number two, we're talking about the payback period. Again, we have been told let's not focus so much on solar because we don't know what the future holds. This is a draft regulation that captures all renewable energy technologies. So we don't know what's going to happen insofar as small hydros are concerned or biogas, etc. So again, linking it to payback period is again a challenge. Number three, if we're talking about a term limitation, the agreement as drafted does not, and I stand to be corrected, put in or capture a provision for extension. So you see, just really locks out everybody at 10 years. So I think it's something that you might want to really capture with clarity, like I said, in the substantive regulation, so that you don't have challenges in future.
I think that's agreeable. We will clarify on that provision. If we maintain the 10 years or remove it completely, and whether even after the 20 years you can extend the contract. So we should also provide a clause for the extension, which should be good. Violation of the grid code and the grid participation is something also we had picked. I think we have to look at that. There are provisions in the grid code which I'm sure the net metering prosumer might not be able to meet. Things like black start may not be applicable, and I know it's one of the main requirements in the grid code. So we'll have to look at the provisions so that we align the two sections, so we don't have to really respond to that. We'll check the grid code, we see what provisions apply to them and which ones will not apply to them. Disputes, I would request the member of the tribunal to respond. I think he's better placed to respond to that question. He deals with that more than I do, and he's a very good man, so you should not fear going to
There
him.
are two of us here, so I've been talking a lot. I don't know whether my colleague would want to handle it, Fidelis, because
I think the matter of disputes, this is a metering dispute, and the Act is very clear that issues to do with metering, that the regulator is the first point of arbitrator, and then once now it goes to the regulator, then it can be brought to the tribunal.
Yeah, I think we have handled such a cases before. Look at us as very neutral. Here we don't look neutral, but you are very neutral actually. When you come with those issues, we usually listen to both parties, and KPLC will tell you in most cases the cases have been ruled against them, not unfairly, but fairly. So, and I remember to quote the previous CJ, he was called William Tunga. He's the one who told us to go to the witch doctors to solve some of the conflicts. So if the conflicts can be solved outside court, it will be better than going to those learned friends and also my old good mzee here to trouble them with a small case of a feeder, a problem between you and KPLC. I think EPRA has very young people who can run around and solve that conflict without disturbing them. So I think we should maintain that in the regulation. I'm trying to look for the ones we haven't responded to. Who owns the appliance? The prosumer owns the system. Given it's your plant, and if you reach somewhere, I think there should be an exit clause in the regulations. If I'm not happy with you, I say I'm not happy with this marriage, I carry my things and move on. So that's given. And then the meter, that's why I think from the findings of the study, there are jurisdictions where the prosumer pays for the meter, except Tanzania, if I'm not wrong. But for all the cases, whether you pay for it or you don't pay for it, who owns the meter? Distribution licensee. After all, it is in your house. I cannot access the meter without you, but you can access the meter without me. So there should be some security features. That's why, and that's one of the key areas of interaction between you and the distribution licensee. If I have control of my meter, hata kama ni ya maji, mimi nita change because I want to pay less. But then we should always have some security features on those meters. So I think the ownership of the meter to the distribution licensee, and then of course paid for by the person who is entering into the net metering arrangement. Change of ownership, I think is something we should look at, especially for, I know there are go downs. I don't see anyone who owns a go down here. Who owns a go down? You lease a go down for 5 years, tomorrow you move out. You have put a system, you're under net metering. So what happens? So I think we should have a regulation on that as to how we are going to address, preferably to transfer the ownership to the next person, so that we encourage people also to do business. Because it doesn't make sense. I put a system, after 2 years, someone else comes into the go down, then they have to renegotiate again. It's also a waste of time, unless we are not interested in that framework. So basically, we'll look at that so that we also address issues of change of user. Any other question? My team, the one that I've not addressed, has not been addressed. Pardon?
I'm saying meter aggregation.
Okay, meter aggregation. No, meter aggregation means on site. On site, please, not not various places. It's not a omnibus approval. We are approving for that particular facility. That's on site.
Yeah. Nixon, you talked about the grid code, but just to understand, without going into details, and we talked about the downtime from the grid, and on this other side, what are the repercussions if, let's say, the prosumer does not meet the requirements, or he has outage? Are there repercussions?
If you have outage, the utility says, thank you very much, I don't have to think about the 0.6. The way it is now, okay. What will you do if you have outage? You have outage, so you are offline. But if the distribution licensee has an outage, there is a quality of supply regulation. In fact, we were doing it last week, and it has repercussions. I think there are proposals of how to handle cases where the distribution licensee cuts off power without giving me notice, especially where there are financial losses. So in this case, it will be handled under that regulation. So we are trying to make sure the distribution licensee is also as available as possible, so that they don't become cheeky. They always say I'm unavailable, so you can't bank on my grid. So that regulation will try to address that. The next round of questions. On the taxes, if you look at the draft regulation, we have a regulation talking about taxes, but we are still trying to figure it out, how we should be able to balance the various players. It's not an easy job. I know this is not a public participation framework, public participation forum for the regulations. It's a forum for us to see what we got and try to improve. So if you have even a proposal on how we can craft that regulation, so that when we come for public participation and say this is the proposal, all of us are happy, we'll be very happy. The lawyers in the house, free consultants, pro bono. This is what you are rewarded in heaven, not on earth. They say there are rewards in heaven. I don't know how many are waiting for them. So we are still looking at that, because you see, we also don't want it to look like we are taxing you for trying to put up a system. Yeah? So we are still looking around other jurisdictions so that we also balance that. We will also we have to consult with the financial experts in Treasury and see what we come up with. If they say, if someone does a captive generation, you don't have to pay VAT, we'll be very happy. We'll be one of those happy people, because you don't have to validate.
I have a comment on that. I think there was the view that 1 kilowatt is the same as 1 kilowatt. What some jurisdictions do is that whatever you import from the grid, you are charged at the tariff. You pay for everything, maximum demand, VAT, the levies, everything. But what you export, that is what you import, sorry. What you export does not carry all that. So in the interest of the revenue, taxes, it will be taken care of but by what you consumed, what you imported from the grid. So it carries everything, all taxes, all levies, all everything. So what we are trying to figure out is how do we marry that with the 60%? That is the big question. How do we marry that? You are taking care of all the taxes and all that. Because ours is more of energy roll over, not the bill. So that's the big question, if you can help us with suggestions on that.
Yeah, the good thing, the table has, I think, 7 doctors. So it's a good problem for them. I don't have to think about that. So the next round of questions. But then if you have, as she has said, if you have proposals, how you think we can move around that, you can draft something and send to us. We'll give you an email to write to, so that when we do the final draft, we come up with something acceptable to all stakeholders. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm Lilian Mutio. I'm from REREC, and of course I have tons of proposals, and I'm sad because we were not invited during the launch of discussions on the regulations. I wish we were asked for our input during the whole process, but now I'm here. So that is good. I'll send something on the e-waste. On e-waste, remember the solars produce a lot of e-waste, but that is captured with NEMA e-waste regulations. So you could just capture it there in the regulations, in your new regulations, together with the same way you capture the carbon credits. Now on carbon credits also, the market is very complex and complicated, though we hope in future it will be simpler, as we are going to set up Kenya emission trading scheme very soon by Treasury and the Ministry of Environment. So that will be simplified. Yeah, the other issue was the other, you should capture other sources of renewable energy, like we said, the biomass, etc. Because now we are envisioning a future whereby the municipal councils will have power generation plants or units using municipal waste. And as an individual, a person with a small house, a detached house, you can, there will be settling of waste, or for those in apartments, or there will be, like landlords will be generating this biomass, and we envision feeding your production to the council meters on the same. So we envision in future biomass will also be as big as electricity generation. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We are happy that you came. Maybe for your comfort, I think we wrote to REREC at the beginning of the study. We were given someone, I think Engineer Jonathan Kimeu. Jonathan, it's called Jonathan Kimeu. Pardon? And the Fantas, yeah, Kamweru. So we spoke to them in the course of the work. REREC is really growing. It's one of the organizations that is giving birth very fast. So there are so many people coming up, which is a good thing, because they are moving closer to the people. Yeah. Next, yes. you also came and...
My name is Faisal Mulama from Toto City. My question is on the regulations. I see the definition that is set out in the regulations is very different from what is in the Act, the Energy Act 2019. And the focus has mostly been on KPLC as the distribution licensee.
Which definition specifically?
The net metering. Definition of net metering in the regulations is different from what we have in the Energy Act. So the query is, why is it so? And number two, because the regulations would have focused more on KPLC as the distribution licensee, whereas earlier in the discussions we had we had the input of the microgrids, especially the model that we have in Two Rivers. We could have a distribution licensee who's getting power directly from KPLC, but also stepping down the power and distributing to other consumers, and those consumers would also might also require to have might set up their own generation, and they are selling it and they want to bank it in the system that Two Rivers has. So how are you dealing with that in the regulations? Because I see there is a big gap on that.
Okay, thank you. I think Clarice, you could be checking the two definitions. Okay. So we'll align the definitions, but in form of application, I think we agreed. You know, there are two things I should clarify. I think they keep coming up. In the regulation, we haven't mentioned solar. If you look at application, we have said all renewable energy technologies. Please, so that we don't carry the wrong message. The discussion, I think, goes towards solar because most of the players here are captive solar generators. It's obvious. But in the framework, we are technology neutral, provided it's a renewable energy technology. And then number two, for mini grids, in the framework, we have mentioned a distribution licensee. So distribution licensee, not KPLC. We use KPLC because it's the main distribution licensee. It's like coming to my house, you want to discuss my wife and you don't want to discuss Bukachi. Because Bukachi is the owner of the house now, at least for now, until she moves out. So that's why we should make it very clear so that everyone is clear about that, so that we don't mix issues. In the regulation, it's distribution licensee. So if you get a distribution license or a retail license, you'll be qualified for net metering. We also don't want to have KPLC distributing electricity all over. In my village, I want to start distributing electricity. So I'm also an interested party. Next question, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Wycliffe Were from Tatu City. I just have two questions. One, the regulations stipulate that for one to qualify for application for net metering, he must have operated the system for at least 1 year, so that the capping is based on the previous year's peak demand. Does this mean that in the interim period before the application, this prosumer will be injecting power to the grid or to the off-taker for free? Or does it require, or should the regulation not put a condition that there should be curtailment of the same? The second one, I can see that on the regulations, number 9, the regulations provide for safety measures to prevent the prosumer from energizing a line of the off-taker, probably during maintenance and such. And the regulation states that there need to be means of isolation, manual or automatic, when the system goes down. I tend to think that there is a gap in that respect, given that if you have a manual system and maybe the licensee has already issued notice, but the prosumer fails to manually isolate the line, there are chances of a breach of safety in that respect. So I think maybe, in my view, as you mentioned here, it can be the licensee to operate the isolation, or it be mandatory to have an automatic isolation. Thank you.
I think we respond to those, then we agree what more time we take, so that we don't go forever. On the requirements for e-waste, definitely we have to capture a regulation requiring people to comply with the environmental requirements. Is usually a standard regulation, so that someone doesn't say they are not aware of the existence of the environmental regulations. 1 year interim period. I think what is implied in the regulation is, maybe the wording is wrong, but we can check, is if you haven't operated for 1 year, I have no business with you. So you can't apply to me if you haven't operated for 1 year. I see people shaking their heads. You know, these are stakeholder engagement.
I think the clarification of operation is not the operation of the plant. It is operating as a consumer. If it is not clear in the regulation, it is going to be made clear. If you have not run your factory for 1 year or your facility for 1 year, that's the time now which has been given, so that you can know your peak demand, so that now you can be able to qualify for that. It's not the operation of the plant, of the energy generating plant.
Buge wants to add something.
Yeah, I think what I want to say is that I think you need to rethink that. It's not a good regulation, because, for example, if I am a developer of a housing estate or an apartment block, sometimes it is more efficient now if I know that I want to put this in system, do it at the first time when I am doing the development. So rather than insist on, a person, you see the consumer is defined in the act, and it is somebody who is supplied or entitled to be supplied. So you can now not say you must have been you have been a consumer for over a year. So I think we are looking at something that, let's look at something that works for us as an economy. That for a new development, it makes more sense if, for example, you inbuilt in all those systems, whether it is solar water heating or solar PV or whatever, you do it when you are starting. Maybe I'm going to do a slaughterhouse, I design it complete, this is the way I want it to look. So in terms of then wanting to know what my record of consumption has been for that year, it becomes a limiting factor. But what you can do, it is possible to estimate, because this type of consumer will not, there are other consumers who are similar to that. So even if you don't have that data for that particular consumer, you know that this kind of consumer will, this is the load profile you expect from a person like that. And so that's why I'm saying is, I think it was a proposal, but I think it is a proposal that let us not limit ourselves only to those that have been consumed, so that you have developments that are well, you start your design properly from the beginning, knowing I will have this installation, I will get power from the grid, I will also have some self-generation. Yeah.
I think, thank you, engineer, will consider that. But then I want also to bring our experience. We have experience also in this field. What I've seen, most of the designers, I know most of the people here are designers, tend to oversize their systems. I have a case in Muranga, I think a school. Someone put 100 kilowatts system, PV, on a school. They are using 10 kilowatts. It's a case I'm handling. It's not fictitious or something I'm imagining. So we also need to be very careful, because in some cases what we have seen, people have tended to over project. So they tell you this system, I don't know. In fact, others tell the clients this system will meet all your electricity requirements. So after a month they come to us, but why is Kenya Power still billing me? Then we're asking them, what do you use at night? And I thought there was a storage here. And it also came out in the study. When the consultants interviewed the user of the system, the user had limited knowledge about the operation of the plant. That is recorded in the plant, in the report. But when they interviewed the installer even knows the limitation of what you put in the system. So it's also a tricky situation because you might invest and then over-invest. Then we tell you can't give us maximum more than what you need. So maybe it's something we'll consider, but also we'll have to look at both sides. Because he's saying the same way they do the load assessment for you to get a connection. And I know I have experienced person from KPLC. All of us, when we apply, we get 4 kVA or something. How much do we use actually from the 4 kVA? So it's also another thing.
What I would ask Engineer Buge is, yes, what you are saying is very correct. But for the sake of, when we understand that this is supposed to be self-generation, we are making a prediction. How would you handle that in terms of the regulation? Not from the technical aspect. The technical aspect we all appreciate. But in terms on board, when you are, and that's why I talked about what's your motivation. When you do your plant, let's not talk about the solar PV. When you do your self-generation, what is your primary motivation? And therefore we'll capture that spirit in the regulation. So if you can give us an idea of how to take care of that, we'll be grateful.
I think on the issue of the of the sizing, our grid code, and I think we are bound by the grid code, normally explains how we should manage loads, especially for a new customer. And I believe we engineers are bound by the grid code when we are designing. So we'll be able to do the diversity factors and the calculation factors to know whether I'm oversizing or I'm undersizing, and what I'm putting as the first design is okay or not. So I think that should be the motivation when we are now saying that a new factory can be able to enter the market as with net metering.
That's okay. So we go to Engineer Rono so that we are able to close on that topic. So I propose we'll have happy that the she is my teacher. Being a tribunal member is my teacher. I learned something at Strathmore, so only the teachers are conversing. So I think the student I should keep quiet.
So just to comment on this, I think there's already an economic way of curtailing this, because you cannot export, you cannot claim more than you consume in a year. So the fact that we are doing annual, there's no carry forward in that year, will limit the plant size. Because if you could carry forward eternally, you can do a large plant and always be in credit. But the fact that there is no economic benefit, there's no economic benefit for oversizing the plant. That's what I'm saying. That limits. That's one way of protecting this. You're already covered in that manner, because there's no need to adjust.
Maybe just because you still have the mic.
Yes.
Let's look at Strathmore University.
Yes.
As an example, or any other university. They operate during the day, during the night. Correct?
Yeah.
Their demand during the day is 2,000 kilowatt hours.
Sure.
Their demand at night is 2,000 kilowatt hours. So instead of me sizing my system to meet the 2,000 kilowatt hours when the sun is available, I oversize because I know I will bank and use it at night. How will we address that? Because that's not the intention that you're having. We are saying you have sized the system to meet your demand, but then nature has stopped you from using the system.
Okay, that's just one example. The other way to look at it is then define an RE fraction. Define that this plant cannot displace more than. that will become easier for designers to use it as a guide in that case. Because we often see solar plants doing between 30 to 40% displacement in the case of solar. For the others, it will be difficult to think about. The other way to look at it is the transformer size. It is not safe to size your solar plant to be bigger than the transformer on site. So that could be one also, could be one way to look at this. So you're always under your transformer size in case you have a transformer on site. But I think we should allow new customers to already apply for the net metering from the word go.
Okay.
It's not good to limit it. Thank you.
Maybe we could allow, but then we'll have to think through on, because all the methods you have mentioned, have limitations. I know transformer size, we have examples operating where the facility, if I'm doing someone said it's from Tatu City. How much did you size your transformer initially? And are you using the entire capacity now? Maybe you could assist us answer that question, because people always tend to over-project. You say, I'm building a school. This school will have 500 students. But when the school starts operating, you realize the other dynamics. So then you are not able to meet that projection.
Currently, our transformer is 45 MVA, which is way below our consumption. But this was based on projection of takers within the city, which it has not met our load projections, but we are hoping we are getting there.
I think it's good to understand you are not paid on capacity based. It's the energy you consume vis-a-vis the energy you give out. I think that's something we should get so much, and that is why the operation part of it was being emphasized. You understand how you are running your facility, because it's not based on capacity, it's based on how you are consuming. Because when you size your transformers and the load, you size it on the capacity of the facility. And in most cases, you find if it's a factory, it's not always operating 100%. Sometimes they operate on shift. Other factories are batch process, where you operate one place, you shut, you go to the other, you go to the other. So that's why it was good to understand your operations. It's not curtailing anybody, but if you can convince somebody you understand how you are going to understand operations, it's better. Whichever way, you should understand it is energy based, energy you are consuming, but not your capacity, your installed capacity.
Thank you. I think we will close on that topic there, so that we take the last round of questions. I don't know, see if there are any questions online. Okay, so we take the last 5 questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric.
Last 5 comments. And questions too.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eric from Buran Engineers. My question is very simple. Do you have a proposed timeline of when you project this? Do you have a project? Do you have a, what do you call it? Proposed timeline of when you expect to have this net metering regulation in place?
Allow me to go again. Just a quick one for mini grids, like in our case. We are, according to the regulations, free to enter into net metering with our clients within our precincts. Supposing we enter into that and we have that arrangement where they can, or rather, inject power into our grid. And you also understand that we also take bulk power from the main distributor, KPLC. What happens? Do I also have to enter into another agreement with KPLC, especially during the off-peak hours over lunch time when most of the industries and consumers are not using the power. So my prosumers will be injecting into my grid and I don't have anywhere to take it.
And you can't give KPLC for free. I think what is envisioned in the Act is consumer electricity. So in that case, we'll become an electricity consumer to KPLC. We have to think about that. Yeah, so I think, I don't think we have a straight answer now. Let's go and think about it, because it brings in quite some dynamics.
Okay, thank you. My name is Were City, Wycliffe Were.
Yeah, thank you, Were. I think that we'll have to think about.
Okay, just I've been thinking through about the aspect of prosumer losing his power credit after 1 year, but one thing struck my mind, that the one who's determining how this smart meter is set, I think it should give priority to the banked energy, because what will make the prosumer to have some pending energy unused if at the same time he's paying some bills to Kenya Power, for example, or the off-taker for that matter. So the smart meter should give priority to the banked energy so that it is utilized first. Once it is exhausted, that is when the system can pick from the grid going forward. That decision, I know the uptaker cannot give that priority because there's a vested interest.
Okay, we'll answer that. We'll answer that. The next question. The questions are difficult. Simuliza maswali rahisi.
I think mine will be a comment. Samuel Mwangi here. And sorry to take you back to the one that we are discussing here. I was thinking this question could be the issue that Engineer Boge and Rono raised. If we look at, he raised it earlier about the existing systems, the ones that the study looked at. So if we look at how they are going to be treated by these regulations, then we'll also answer this question of someone who wants to put up something, makes an estimation, and puts up a system that is ready to be net metered. So already looks at the regulations and sees what are the requirements, the smart bi-directional meter, and puts it up. Because if we look at how we are going to treat the people who already have those systems, they already have the meters under the regulations, then we also look at the question of the 12 months. The 12 months when, the 12 months that we say you have to wait until you benefit from the net metering. Because then I'll still put up the smart meter so that I'm ready for the net metering. But I won't wait until I get the approval from KPLC or from the licensee. But I expect that within the 60 days of my application, I'll get a response and I'll be able to connect. So it's just my comment is if we look at it in terms of how we'll treat those who already have those systems, then we'll also answer this question.
Maybe I start from you. How do you want us to treat these people who already have the plans? What will be your proposal?
Yes, my proposal is that if we want to learn from this and within the first 3 years be able to be close to 100 megawatts of net metering, is that all those who have plans below 1 megawatt that qualify then will be can apply immediately as soon as the regulations are in place, and the licensees, because in this case we have more than one, will then consider it, and then we'll also have to answer the other question of Tatu City and the other people who have more than 1 megawatt.
More than 1 megawatt outside the framework. So we
no, I meant the question of Tatu City.
Okay.
Because we have a
net
similar question
between the two.
Yes.
Facilities. Okay.
Yes, between two licensees.
Two licensees.
So
distribution licensees.
Yeah.
Don't you think if we did that in the first 6 months, we would have done away with the 100 megawatts?
Majority of these are
below. Yes, I know we say we have 200 megawatt of captive power. I think that's the latest statistics that we've shown. But majority of it doesn't qualify because it belongs to so in the sense that Two Rivers doesn't qualify, Tatu City doesn't qualify because they are above the 1 megawatt, right? So majority of the bigger ones that make up the 200 megawatt do not qualify. So, but then we have quite a number of those that are in the range of 400. I think most of them were below 500 from the study. Then those should qualify, and if they do not have a meter that is what is recommended, then they will have to change that system. So that would be my proposal.
Thank you. So I think in summary, if you are less than 1 megawatt and you meet the metering requirements, you'll be allowed to apply. That's what the proposal is. Any other proposal? I see Rono shaking his head. You know, are you an Indian? You know, if you say this, maybe you're saying no. What do you mean? Okay, you mean yes. No, not to prejudice Indians. I know when they say this, I mean yes. My friends, at least. Okay. Any other proposal? Last question, so that we close before we respond to the ones we have. Eustace. Hakuna, no further questions? We are happy? Oh, there's a question here, you know. You might lock her out. And she has been looking at me very seriously, thinking, what has this man been saying all this time? But ask your question. Thank you.
My name is Melody Mwonga from Knights Energy. I have a question about the quality of power, whether there are regulations about particularly load balancing for the prosumers. First, I will begin with disclaimers. This is from my experience with the existing energy meters for a few solar plants. I have noticed that when first the loads are not balanced and there's feed in from not all the phases, some of that is not recorded. So I'm not sure whether it's particularly from this manufacturers or that's the settings of the meters in general. What happens in the event that there's export to the grid from not all the phases, from two phases, for example? I feel that this would be the right forum where I have experienced members who have probably experienced this and have a way to counter it. Thank you.
I think Dr. Roy will answer that. I know when I was learning power system, the wiring of a three-phase transformer, three-phase meter, it takes readings from how many phases? 1 or 2? I should not ambush you if someone else wants to respond. You know, I went to the source of the information. I don't want to distort. Okay. This.
Most of these meters, we have 3 cities. So ideally, we are taking measurements from all the phases, at least the ones that have experience with, especially the Schneider, unless that is wrong.
Some more input from the floor on that? You know, it's an important question, and Melody is a very hungry young engineer. She should go with an answer.
Yeah, from our experience, if you export, they actually have a register which charges you for it. So you get charged, the customer gets charged on a one-to-one basis. And I was told by KPLC that that's to prevent fraud in case someone reverses the CT. So actually, if you export, they charge you for it. That's the default way that they've set up their meters. So I think it's our experience.
I'm not sure you answered. Not yet? Yeah. Yes, I think the question was, if one phase, the engineers in the house, the others you can have some discussion. If you have a meter measuring 3 phase, one phase is 0. Maybe there's an imbalance, the suspension fuse has failed, so one phase has 0 voltage or 0 power, zero current, and then the two phases have some power. Will it be able to measure? Is that correct?
Yes.
That was the question.
Can I clarify? Okay. First, yes, I'm aware that there are 3 current transformers in the system. Depending on the settings of the inverter, also assuming it's distributing power evenly across the phases, I have encountered a scenario where, yes, I can see power from all the phases. However, one phase is lower than the other 2, and the inverter is giving based on the highest phase. As I have 2 sources of power being exported to the grid. For the monitoring platforms I have encountered, it does not give me a net record of feeding for the time when it's not all the 3 phases feeding back into the grid. So that's what I'm asking, if for the system, the meters we will use, will I be able to get, in the situation where it's not all the 3 phases, will I be able to get readings for just these 2?
I think you should be able to. Maybe we'll check on the platform that you're referring to. We can take it up as a challenge. We'll also contact with the metering people at KPLC. We understand how the smart meters take their readings. I don't want to speculate. You know, if I say something, it will be taken as the Bible truth, and I don't want to do that. So let me confirm. I know we are in touch with Knights Energy, so you can always reach us, and we'll be able to give you some feedback in 1 week. And I also have very experienced doctors here, so don't be worried. Projected timeline for regulations. Yesterday, I think my director, electricity and renewable energy, was giving an indication of 1 year before we have it in place. Don't say these people like delaying documents. The threshold of passing a regulation in this country is very high. Where are the learned friends? They always challenge regulations if they don't have enough public participation. So what we are doing here is a form of technical workshop, because you see we are answering to technical questions, asking technical, so that we use that to review the draft and have the very final draft. So once I have the final draft, my next responsibility, which is not very difficult, is to have it passed through the board of EPRA so that they allow it for public participation. So public participation might not be the bilateral invites that we had for you to participate. We put it in newspapers, Gazette notice, Kenya Gazette, so that as many people can give feedback as possible. But at that time, we almost have explanations for every regulation. You see, for some cases I've been saying is something we need to look at as we look at the final draft. So once we have that final draft, we'll take it now through the public participation. We might also call you again with the final draft so that you give us more feedback before we now push it to the cabinet secretary to gazette. So maybe 1 year would be a reasonable timeline for those processes to take place. For the question on distribution licensee versus distribution licensee, as we retreat, is one of the things we look at, so that we look at all the scenarios. Because even when they were asking the other questions, I was asking myself, this distribution licensee, will he also be aggregating the total capacity that is getting from the plants for the people going for lunch, or he will what will he use as the installed capacity? Is the other question that maybe we will be ready to answer. And then KPLC and priority. I think this should be clear. I think from my basic engineering that electricity is electricity. So when they will be measuring, what will be the key determinant is the meter, because the meter will be measuring what is going to your premise and what is coming out of your premise. Whether it was what you banked or not what you banked, that is not an issue at that point. So basically, there is no way there will be priority, because it's net metering. Net means what you put in vis-a-vis what you got out. So there's no priority configuration, because KPLC will not see the kilowatt hours from Panafric as coming from a prosumer. They will see it as electricity injected into the grid. And then when we will be drawing from the grid, it will be demand from the grid, and they'll be obliged to meet that demand. So the meter will be recording both ways. The same way for those who have experience with time of use, where the meter was recording between different times, what you consumed from in the morning to 10 p.m. and then from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. So that's how it's configured. So there will not be any prioritization, I think, in the configuration of the meters. How we treat the existing, so in that case, I think for the lawyer, we need a transition clause on how we'll treat the existing, so that when we come back during the public participation, we clearly have a proposal on how we are going to. But of the most likelihoods, I would imagine, would be to admit the ones that are under the threshold. We might not want to punish you because you came before the regulation. The same way Engineer Buge doesn't punish me for the mistakes he did in April. It's the same thing we'll not want to do. So all likelihood would be if you are below 1 megawatt, you have an existing plant, it might have to be considered. But then, as you are saying, it's good to clarify that in law by putting a transition clause. So in the form of quality of power, I think that we have agreed on the way forward. And there's also one comment that came in terms of most of the systems I've seen, if the grid is off, the system can't inject. So it's automatic. But then we have to put that as a requirement in the regulation, that when it's off, for whatever reason, you have to configure your system so that your system does not inject. We don't want to kill our Kenya Power engineers because you are net metering. It's also not good, or my Power Hive or my Talek mini grid players, because you are trying to inject power to the grid. So I think I will end there, unless there is any burning thing. You know, it's good to be sure that we are happy. We really appreciate, from where I sit, I really appreciate the feedback we have gotten, some of which we are trying to respond, but it will give us some food for thought. Don't think that what you said will never be looked at again. Whether we answered satisfactorily or not, we have had a secretariat, they have been capturing those issues, because those issues also keep us thinking. You know, there are scenarios that come up when we discuss with people. I remember on Friday I was somewhere and I was sharing with the consultants team, and someone was saying, I heard you are talking about net metering. Have you talked about bitcoins and mining of those units that are banked to the grid? And I was like, oh my God, I was not prepared for this. But the good thing, I was sure there was someone working on the Bitcoin regulations in central banks. So I was able to hide under that and say, as an energy regulator, I have to wait for the financial regulator to set the rules for Bitcoins. So in this case, some of those questions are very important, and from where I sit, we do value them, because they assist us to look at the documents again, both technically, both legal, and also legally. People have said they have quoted the Constitution, people have quoted other laws, which is very important, because then we'll go back and ask each part, the technical people, the legal people, the financial modeling people, to look at all those aspects, so that when we come back, at least for the questions we have gotten today, I will have all the answers. Maybe you might not be very happy with my answer, but I will have an answer. So that's very important. And also we will be, without taking much time, we are also happy that when we call you all the time, we see people turn up. I've attended meetings, you call people and you come only 2 people. And I can be sure, I can assure you, we value your participation. Those ones who attended online, I saw, I think, a participation of more than 105 people. Those ones who have come here, set time aside from your activities, which is something we really value and appreciate. And we shall continue engaging. If something comes up in your mind after this workshop, or if you go through the draft regulation and the draft report, because they're available on the website, you can write to us. If any comment comes up on an email on renewable energy, I think Osia will be projecting the email address. You can write to us at least within the next 1 week. When we do the rota for the comments of this workshop, we'll include the comment. After 1 week, we can take it for knowledge, but we'll also use it when we are doing the public participation. But then we have to put an end. So the end time is 1 week from today to give us comments, which will incorporate in the final draft report to have the final report, and also in the draft regulations. So at this juncture, without adding much, I will call upon Hasi Dokumu. He's supposed to close the session for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Nixon Bukachi. I will not say much because I'm speaking after my bosses and my teachers and my doctors. So first of all, my function for the day is to give a vote of thanks. I'd like to thank the presenters of the day, Dr. Roy Orenge,